My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stood from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, The Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building old techs, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out at the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring her about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building old techs, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
How much of a baby I am.
I really hope we cut that last
Hello.
part. Hey, stream.
Huh?
Hi.
Oh,
Happy Tuesday
Fancy-
night.
Happy Tuesday night. Welcome.
Tuesday afternoon for some of you.
That's fair.
Welcome to Turntables RPG. Turntables is an experimental tabletop RPG stream where the continuous narrative of our story is passed along from GM to GM, allowing all of us to take turns role-playing as characters in the cast and flexing our GM skills. So this is my first week GMing,
Yeah.
and I am nervous, but I will try not to be. All right.
That's gonna be good stuff.
Announcements.
Yes. Do you want me to?
Okay. I know I have the announcements. It's in my head. I just need to remember them. So first of all, we would, as always, like to thank the wonderful character art. I'm gesturing to probably the wrong direction, but who is a great artist, great to work with, and you can find them at PCINK, I believe, at underscore on social medias. So if you are thinking about potentially getting a commission or just want to look at more great art, go follow them. We also have social media and stuff, so follow us. And we have a Discord, which we will have a link to at some point, probably in chat. And I forgot what I was going. Music this week is. You may notice that it is not the same music we've been having because I asked permission for my very talented, or to use my very talented friend Brandon's music. So you can find his work at on SoundCloud at Martian Boy, or I'm not sure how to name a SoundCloud, but the link will be in the chat as well for that as well, and on Instagram at martian.jpg. Forgot. Couldn't remember if there was the E in there, but I think that's all of our announcements. Is there other announcements from anyone else?
Yes, just wanted to back up on that one and also say, yes, a big thank you to Patrick Costa, PC Inc. _ Instagram and Twitter, for his amazing art. Commissions up on for the time being. I know, and spoiler alert for the players, but I am also looking to make a commission sometime soon, and I hope that will be a lot of fun. And then also
Holidays.
Yes, for the holidays. And then for as we push forward, the recap of November 17th episode will be up on Thursday, to kind of like advertise for the VOD going up at the same time. And then the last one, I believe, on my end is that as we push forward closer to getting to the point where Twitch will believe us to be worthy of affiliate, we're going to be reaching out to y'all and just like giving you updates about the next steps that we are planning, and how we are going to be evolving this stream in and of itself. So please, again, thank you for tuning in tonight, and keep tuning in to catch more news from us and see how we're going to be making some more stuff for y'all. So that's it from my end.
Anyone else?
I'd like to announce that Chris has a big Zitti's thing behind him. So
That's accurate.
It's a little cut up, but you can make it out a little bit. I mean, you get the big ZDs in there. It's also blurry because I don't know cameras.
Yes. Also, I just put the SoundCloud link in the Twitch chat, so please check that out and send some hits their way. I'm already digging this music. We have been listening to it for the past half hour. Also, something that we discussed in the pre-stream chat. Turntables RPG
I Am a Baby
is an anti-mushroom stream, but please feel free to try and send us some good arguments in the chat. It's just the majority of us, but
are anti-mushroom.
I was just eating mushrooms.
If
so
any
I'm
of you who's like mushroom gang is in here, get out. We don't want you here.
But
just so everyone knows, I have taken note of the people on this call that don't like mushrooms, and I am keeper this week. So
It's a majority of us, so that's the problem. So that's going to be an issue.
time to be the hero.
If that is all in terms of announcements, I can get started then. So we begin our mystery just past 3 a.m. in the back room of a 24/7 Big ZD's in the middle of Stokerton, Ohio, where a board manager no older than 30 sits on his Game Boy trying desperately to reclaim a world record that he just can't seem to hold down. When the door chimes, the manager sighs, prematurely ending his run as he greets the customer, who seems, as the manager would describe him, almost fluid in his motions and his attributes. There's something familiar about his shoulder-length gray hair and beard, but not quite identifiable, like something you had dreamt about a couple of years ago. The extravagant clothes of the midnight diner didn't faze the manager. You had to be pretty wild to be visiting a Big ZD's miles away from the nearest highway so late at night. The manager asks the guest what he can get for him, and the guest just requests a glass of water. The manager obliges and thanks the guest for his patronage. By the way, the guest asks, "Can I get your name?" The manager sighs and responds, hoping that it's not a complaint, and gives him his name. Link Avery, manager at the 24/7 Big ZD's attached to the arcade in Stokerton, Ohio. The stranger smiles, showing maybe a little more tooth than one would expect, and leaves. As Link goes back to the cameras in the back, he begins to feel unwell. He starts to feel like he's falling through nothing, and when he gets to the back room, it's not the back room at all. It's a maze. It's a forest covered in dark trees and the sound of owls in the distance. And he turns around to leave, and all that's behind him is more forest. Welcome to Turntables RPG.
nice. back.
All right, so you five, I guess, including Apophis, have been called to the town of Stokerton, Ohio, because surrounding the disappearance and not simultaneous. What's the word I'm looking for? Sudden reappearance of Link Avery, a manager at the 24/7 Big CDs. You received word through the grapevine that despite the fact that a disappearance and reappearance isn't too strange, that when Link had returned, he was uttering what the people around him deemed as complete nonsense, where telling them that he had to fight his way through this forest, and when he reached the end, that he was finally freed. And now another has gone missing in the town, and you have heard that it may or may not be connected to Link's disappearance and reappearance. So I assume you've all arrived on the train?
What train?
No,
Yes,
don't do that.
yes, we have a
Yes.
to the train.
The train that exists that is
Their
named
folder
Big
is red,
Text
Dustin.
or Old Text. What is it called? What is this thing?
Big text, right?
Is it Big Text?
Old text.
Full text.
Big Text is the AI. Old Text is the train.
Old text is the train and the AI. The hologram is modeled after Big Tex, the giant cowboy from the 60s.
Okay. I gotcha. And then we also are eating Chex Mix.
Oh, I mean, like, are we starting on the train, or are we heading towards the Big Z's? Is the great question.
Oh, does the Big ZDs have a train stop? Like built in?
The Big ZDs does not have a train stop, but you have been
Gonna
informed
find
that the Big ZDs is in fact in walking distance of the train stop, because despite being miles from the nearest highway, Stokerton is a railroad stop for people traveling cross country.
You know, it really stinks. You know, usually, you know, it's very rare, but when you find like a combo Big ZDs and train station, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day, I'll tell you. Teddy, you'd love it.
You know what, Chet? I believe you. I think it would be a blessing sent from heaven for sure.
Thank you, and to heaven. Heaven gets heaven's invited to Big ZDs. Everyone's invited to Big ZDs. That used to be their motto before they said we had food.
I guess a question for the keeper. How long would you say it's been since Ilbrook in and of itself?
It hasn't been too long since Ilbrook. Probably not more than a week or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if it would be enough time for all of us to kind of like heal up from the debacle underneath the.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, if the injuries that you sustained would take longer than a week or two to heal, then it has been longer than a week or two.
Gotcha.
It's been enough time for you to get back on your feet, feel up to fighting potential monsters again, or just interrogating random kids who've had traumatic experiences.
Sure. And then yeah, go ahead, Dustin.
I was just going to say really quickly, just for the audience, that the train has a new cart attached to it that was gifted by Eclipse as thanks for the job that Alex created, and he has stocked it with an infirmary.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay with you all, that I attach to the train, since it would be kind of bad.
You can't do that.
I didn't know if you wanted to have if you wanted it to like if you wanted your haven to be like a whole separate location, but if you want to add it onto the train, absolutely.
Well, if it was a whole separate location, it would show up once ever, and we'd never see it again with how much we travel around.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So, yes, like I will say that he does still have his like office else somewhere in the country, but the infirmary and the armory, spoiler alert, that I picked up with my level up is attached to the train, so he has his own cart at this point.
Sure. Yeah, I'll say it's probably between the workshop and the lounge cart now, just because it's much safer if the workshop is at the back of the train always. So, yes, that's cool. That's cool, dope. Then Teddy will. Teddy does want to. He's gonna go up to Apophis, and he's gonna say, "Hey, Apophis, before we head out, are you planning on taking the feather with you?
No.
Do you want to keep it here on the train?"
Yes, I was wondering if I could ask that.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Here, follow me to the workshop, and we'll pass through the medical cart.
You could get so much money from that feather.
Is Alex inside the medical car?
Usually,
Okay. Well, what does the medical car look like?
I would say that it's very clean, very sterile. There are, I would guess, 4 gurneys, just 4 beds set up around the car itself, with a chair and a desk for him to sit and work from. There is a bookshelf behind him that has some medical books there in case he ever needs some assistance with that, along with several cabinets next to each bed that contain medical supplies. Behind the bookshelf that's hidden away is a secret armory that it just houses weapons. Like it's not like the Matrix where give me guns and they're just lined walls or whatever, but there's like a little closet area behind the bookshelf that contains several monster hunting weapons that Alex tries to keep on hand, that he will filter in and out depending on situations. He doesn't always have what they need, because that's what the move says, but he does keep several different types of weapons available within that.
Cool. Then yeah, as we pass through, Teddy's just gonna be like, "We won't be too long, Doc," and try and like pass through as fast as possible in order to not track in too much crap into the sterile environment. And then
He'll clean up afterwards anyway.
just takes out a broom immediately after and just starts sweeping.
Yeah. So hang on, I just want to add one quick thing for flair. As you enter in, he sits up very quickly and kind of hides something under the desk that he was fiddling around with. He's like, yes, that is very good. And you might hear like some 16-bit tones coming up from underneath his desk.
Teddy's not gonna comment on the shady behavior, but he is gonna go over to the workshop, and as he steps into the workshop, he's gonna call out for old Tex. And I haven't defined this as of yet, so consider this defining it. Whenever old Tex comes online, like at any point in time, whenever the hologram pops up, or whenever his essentially power-up tone is the melody of "The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas."
Wow.
And
Wow.
but it's just the melody. It's not actually the words. But as they enter in, like the lights like flare up and things of that nature, and Teddy's gonna be like, "Oh, Tex, can we get?" Thank you, Eric, for clapping along to that. I appreciate it. as Teddy walks in, he's gonna be like, "Old Tex, can we get a storage container?" And on the ceiling, it's like stainless steel tiles, and you watch one just kind of like hiss out and kind of like begin to drop down from the ceiling in like a little caddy. And inside there's like essentially like a steel drop box that he kind of like pops open and gestures to put inside the feather.
Apophis gives it kind of a once over because it's not really sure if he trusts all the gadgets and stuff. What he would have considered good protection is like big heavy rock vases.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll trust Teddy and put the feather in.
All right, and Teddy will close it up. Though you do see that as soon as the feather kind of like hits the inside of the box, there's like this blue grid kind of like shows up against the kind of like pad back and forth between the feather, as if it's scanning it, and then he closes it up and goes back into the ceiling, and you see as it presses itself back into the stainless steel ceiling, you see there's like a small little electrical grid that just kind of like flashes for a second on that specific square before disappearing. And Teddy's gonna say, probably best if we keep it there for now. And then question for the keeper.
Yes.
Or I guess for the keeper and the group, I suppose, for the fake book of the evening, where are we keeping that?
Just right next to the normal one.
Just
Just like you have to think for a moment, like which one's
the first edition next to the movie adaptation paperback.
Yeah. It's kind of, I feel like it's kind of like that, where it's like you can obviously tell it's because I think we explained that it's like just printer paper for the fake one, and so I feel like it's obvious to tell. Is the cover also like obviously fake, or is that like they went through all the trouble to like make it authentic, but then they crapped out on the pages?
It's leather bound, like it's actually.
It looks similar on the outside.
Yeah.
Okay. So so
we'll just.
I think we just have them next to each other,
just have them next
like on
to
a
each other.
shelf somewhere.
Sure.
Just hanging out.
Teddy,
Every now and then, Chuck like looks at it and then just is like, I don't know about that one.
Where's Anne in all this?
Question. I think that Anne is, if she's allowed, would probably just be like quietly spending some time in the infirmary with Alex, just kind of chatting with him about what happened in the past, and maybe just kind of sitting there, if that's cool, if Alex will allow her into his sacred space.
Or is it going to get in the way of the gaming?
Listen, don't. He's definitely not gonna game in front of people. Spoiler alerts, everybody. You called it right. Alex speedruns Castlevania games. Like it was established canon beforehand. So that was in fact what you all pieced together. But he's definitely not gonna do that in person because he got bullied for it in college, so he doesn't like let people know about it too much. But yeah, no, he would absolutely welcome company. He's an introvert, but he's not like antisocial.
Chuck is just hanging out in the lounge, probably drinking.
Going through the whiskey reservoir.
Yeah, he's like, he doesn't have anything imported. It's all from Texas. I don't even.
Just all
That's
Texas
not true.
whiskey.
No,
I think
that's definitely not true. There's definitely some Kentucky whiskey in there for sure.
Oh, so Kentucky. Oh, cool. Thanks. It's just like
Bourbon,
okay, sure.
Kentucky bourbon.
Yeah,
It's supposedly good.
I just want something nice, maybe from like France.
I guess to amend what I said, Anne would probably check in with everybody. I mean, especially since it's been a little bit of time since our last mystery, just kind of sitting down with each individual person in our party, where their head's at, how they're feeling, etc.
Are you just giving us a heads up for like in the session, or is
Do
this
you
what
want
we're
to
doing in
talk to
between?
Chuck?
No, this is you asked me what Anne was doing. I
Oh,
don't
okay,
know.
gotcha.
I replied. Did I miss something? Maybe.
No, you're good. I have programmed old text to bring up the hologram cowboy to sit across from Chuck whenever he's alone, so that it doesn't feel like he's just talking to himself.
He's just sitting there talking to the hologram like, I just want some nice like authentic rosé. I don't even.
It's just been programmed to nod.
I like whiskey. I usually drink whiskey, but I like to mix it up. I'm a fine diner.
See, what's funny is if he would mention that to Alex, Alex absolutely has just some wine set aside in his office. Just he pulls that every now and then to make quotes.
Yeah, Chuck's just sitting there by himself. No one wants to talk to Chuck. He's just hanging out.
But yes, once we've stored the feather away for sure, Teddy will probably head back up to the front of the train. And not that he's not okay with people being in the workshop, but he's probably going to want Apophis to follow, just because there's things in the workshop that he doesn't want other people to touch. So he's just gonna kind of stand by the open door.
All right, so you have pulled into the train station / train yard / place to store a multi-car train for however long it takes you to be here. And you are approached by a older gentleman who you assume is some sort of authority. I don't know why I specified that. He is definitely an authority, because he walks up to you, and as the train brakes come to a screeching halt, he yells at whoever is, commanding the train, which I have to assume is Teddy, and requests any sort of proof that you're allowed to be here. He whistles down and says, "Hey, I've been I'm my voice didn't go so well. I'm the
Station manager.
Station manager. Forgot what it's called for a minute. I'm the station manager here. I need to see some sort of train registration or license or parking permit of some sort. I need to see, why are you here?"
Teddy will definitely essentially he'll bring the train to a standstill, but he'll pop in like a little bit more coal just to keep it running in case he does have to move the train. And then he's going to kind of like lean over the side of the engine cab and be like, "Howdy there, sir. This here is old Tex." Clink clink. And he's like, our registration number is 76001. I think I called ahead, but I have a good working relationship with most of the railroad commissioners here in the Midwest. But we won't be here for too long, and I promise old Tex doesn't take up too much space. But I wouldn't mind, greasing some wheels along the way if it'll make it a little bit easier for the stay.
And the older gentleman looks back at you and kind of eyes you up and down and says, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're called ahead or not. Why are you here? Just want to make sure everything's up to speed. We've been having some strange occurrences around here, and we're trying to have people not leaving the town, or we're trying to keep things in our town, if that makes sense. So, what are y'all here for?
Well, Well, sir, I was about to go into well, sir. Yeah, this is kind of one of my routine stops for fuel. We're my right now. I'm taking these passenger cars. What's in? Quick, somebody
Quick, eat a Twix.
give me a city in Ohio. Somebody.
Cincinnati.
We're heading towards Cincinnati, where I'm going to be dropping these off and picking them up for some box cars. Just kind of doing the normal runs. But yeah, we don't want to cause any trouble. We're going to be here for a quick amount of time. Maybe stop in, touch base with the big Zitties. Got to eat on the way there,
I wouldn't recommend the big ZDs. The big ZDs, we've
Chuck walks out to
been
somebody say big ZDs.
You just see him
we've
like
been
on the window.
experienced some
Don't you
strange
say it.
occurrences around there, and
Why?
it's not shut down, but maybe I'd recommend the small monster trolleys instead of the big
How dare
cities.
you? How dare you? How dare you recommend me a small Monticholis, whatever you just said? How dare you?
Teddy's gonna be like, well, I mean, I appreciate the advice for sure. I'm afraid it is kind of a God-given fact that we're gonna have to go to Big Zitties no matter what. But I appreciate you letting us know so that we can keep our eyes out. I guess I don't want to take up too much of your time, sir. Do you want me to move the train back a couple more rails, or are we okay right here?
Nah, it's fine. We got, like I said, there's not many people supposed to be coming in and out of this town, so where you've got it's fine. I might as well park it as close to convenient for you as possible.
Teddy's going to kind of like take a $50 bill out of his back pocket and kind of like palm it in his hand and just like stretch it out to him and be like, mighty kind sir, appreciate it. We won't get in your way, promise.
And the gentleman tips his hat and says, "Well, if you're still dead set on that haunted Big Zitties, it's just about 5 minutes walk that way," and directs you eastward.
Does he take my hand?
He looks at your hand and
It is somewhat like sooty, but
just kind of nods at you. Not a big handshaker, just more of a like an entrance gate into the town, a welcome committee.
Gotcha.
But not the most friendly welcoming committee.
Yeah.
Underneath his breath, Teddy will say, "Well, it'd be rude to ball it up and throw it at him." So he's gonna put the $50 back in his back pocket, and just.
You really don't do this bribing thing a lot, do you?
And just begin to begin the process of kind of like releasing all the steam and cooling down the engine and essentially setting old Tex to rest.
Okay.
And then I guess once he's finished, he's gonna come back to the lounge car, and he'll look at the group and say, "So some good news and some our news. The Big Zitties is open, and it's also haunted. So,
winners can't be beggars cannot be choosers.
Aren't most Big ZDs haunted anymore anyway? Like,
Don't say that to me.
I mean, it's true. Like, even if it's
Chuck gets up very angrily and walks out.
Like, does he not remember a couple months ago when we found out that like every Big ZDs in a 10-mile radius of that one was just like full of vampires? He was there, right?
I mean, yes, that is close to where I met him, so
Right?
I would hope so. I mean,
And I think this is probably as good a time as any. I forgot that I have a beginning of mystery move, and I would like to use it before we leave the train, and I forget that I have this. So my move is called Boss from Beyond. I'm going to roll plus weird, and oh boy. Guess what Masha just did. That would be a failure.
All right.
And there is nothing.
A level up?
That is a level up. Okay.
Yeah.
This is
you're going to retire your character before any of us reach like level 4.
I feel like I should just retire her now. Honestly. Okay.
We need to clean the slate.
So, to the keeper, on a miss, your superiors are requiring you to do something terrible. If you do not accomplish what they've ordered, you cannot use this move again until you have made up for your failure. And I think that because I failed, I'm not allowed to ask a question on the investigate a mystery list. And I will go ahead and put these dice in dice jail, which is just the floor, and I will get 2 others.
I'm going to send you just more d6. Like,
I have so many.
you need some.
I have a lot of them.
Yeah,
I
all
have-
of them are cursed.
No, the problem is you've kept them all in the same place.
Yeah.
So the bad
Yeah.
luck is seeped
It's
into all of
contagious.
them.
My bag has compartments. They're separated from each other. They're
Well,
not touching.
Not enough.
You need to keep them in different buildings at this point.
They have
Yeah.
to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Okay.
Yes,
I will,
it's
I will take
COVID.
this into consideration. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Mom, if you're watching, I need more dice for Christmas.
I always need more dice for Christmas. What, are you kidding me?
Yeah. All right. I think so. Your superiors, I assume you mostly communicate to them via phone and or dream, but they have not yet contacted you because I forgot you had this move and did not plan for anything. But so you are prepared for so you haven't received any sort of message from them since your last communication with them in our last mystery, and you notice that they, even though you have somewhat begun this next mystery, they have not reached out to you, and I don't know what you think of that, but you notice that you are acutely aware of the fact that they have not reached out to you quite yet.
That makes me nervous. Very, very nervous.
All right,
Okay.
so are you all heading to the big Zitties, or?
Imagine if we
Yeah.
said no. Like, we're like,
No, I
"Ah,
think we're gonna just keep the train rolling.
we're gonna go to small
Alright.
Monticelli's. Like,
Yeah.
How dare you? How dare you?
Is Apophis coming with us?
Apophis is having some issues with his scarab beetle arms after he took a lot of damage last mystery and is working on like reforming them, which takes a lot of time just kind of chanting spells to himself. So even though you all have healed, he is still struggling and without his main motive.
Every now and
mode
then
of
on the
weapon.
ride, Chuck would just
Yeah.
walk up to him and say, "Hey, need a hand?" Yeah, it's funny.
So he is going to conveniently pass on this mission as he tries to remagic his dead scarab beetle arms together.
as your scare beetles do fall on the floor of old text, the hologram does pop up, and it's just kind of like has like a little sweeper and kind of like picks them up into a little pan and kind of like tries to like pour them back into your arms, and that's just kind of like that little cycle as we leave. Yeah. I guess, or I guess Teddy's gonna turn to Chuck and just say, "Should I even bother asking if you're hungry?"
Look, dude. I don't. Dude. Sorry. My apologies, Mr. English. You know, I'll have you know I was an English major before I dropped out. So I know what I'm talking about. And Chuck just walks away.
I don't think that he was an English major.
He wasn't.
No one asks. No one ever asks me. Chuck is just talking to himself as he's walking away. Like, no one ever wants to get to know me. Like,
were you gonna?
No, I wasn't.
All right. Well, as you walk into the deserted lobby of the Big Zitties, you see two employees behind the counter. One of whom looks at you entering and quickly rushes to the back. The other employee looks at his coworker, rolls his eyes, and says, "Welcome to Big Z's. What can we get for you today?"
hello, yes, I would like to have the turkey sorry, my bad. The turkey savory gravy surprise burger, please.
The what?
Extra guzzard.
And the employee rolls his eyes at that as well and punches it into a register.
Okay,
Y'all...
it's about $25. Chuck pays happily. You didn't know Chuck had money.
The cashier gives you your change, and as his coworker peeks out from behind what you can only assume is the kitchen door, and ducks his head back in, the cashier, whose name you can read from their name tag, is Simon, says, "Sorry about Link. He's not been the same since, the stuff happened, and
I just want my burger."
With that, Simon just rolls his eyes yet again, because he is a minimum wage working teenager, and goes to get your savory gravy turkey burger thing.
Yes. It is a whole turkey between a bun, with gravy on top, obviously extra guzzard. That's the whole thing. That's all it is.
We're operating on Flintstones physics right now, where it's just like you eat the whole thing. And
it's like... turkey bone and all. It's the whole turkey with the legs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the burger. The gravy's on there. It's there's a whole challenge. There was a whole internet challenge based on trying to eat it in under 3 hours.
I've decided that I am scrapping the rest of my mystery, and this is the main monster, so,
The savory turkey burger. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't try to correct me with gizzard. I
like guzzard. I like this mystery appendage on a turkey. It's like the gizzard, but worse, probably.
It's like the gizzard, but worse.
A
Crunchier.
gizzard blizzard.
So a guzzard is a gizzard that's been fried and stuffed with the
Don't.
intestines of the turkey.
Don't.
I don't know.
Who let us have a show, guys?
I have no idea. It wasn't me.
Well,
Yeah?
actually, wait a second. Chuck is eating his burger. It did not. He.
Listen, it's supposed to be the keeper that describes disgusting things. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Describe
Anyway.
that, because the longer I think about the savory gravy burger, the less I want to exist on this planet.
Well,
I think then this would be a good time for Anne to come up and order something, I guess. And I think that she would come right up to Simon and just say, what do you mean he's been weird since you know? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I'm still thinking about the guzzard. Sorry.
Stop thinking about the guzzard, please. I politely
Simon-
request it.
Simon looks at you and kind of realizes that he hasn't seen you around very much. Not at all. He's never seen you. And he says, well, I'm assuming you're passing through the rail yard or whatever, however you got to this. And he kind of gestures flippantly. However you got to this hellhole, we have maybe not been known for the most good, the best record of keeping track of our managers. Link is the first of now two of them who've gone missing late night shifts around 3 a.m. We don't have any footage because why would we have security cameras? Because, you know, when they broke and we emailed corporate, you know, corporate decided that. And
Yeah.
and as he kind of continues his tangent about an uncaring corporate, you can see Link in the back, eyeing you up and down, trying to catch any sort of slight inhuman motion, any sort of he's staring at you, and as Simon wraps up his rant about corporate not supplying them with new cameras, he says, yeah, well, Link, long story short, Link went missing for a bit, came back, missed a bunch of his shifts. I had to cover for him, missed a bunch of his shifts, and came back all crazy. He's been suspicious of everyone who he doesn't know, so sorry about that. And as Simon gestures back towards Link, Link kind of looks away, and I lost my train of thought. Simon says, yeah, whatever it is, I guess he's back now. Basically, we've got a track record of managers disappearing and coming back a little strange in the head, and nothing to be worried about. I can understand going nuts from this job.
Teddy's gonna sidle up and he's gonna say, really appreciate the information, Simon. two things. One, and he's gonna look back at Chuck, who's just demolishing that savory gravery. He's like, we have maybe like 10 minutes left before he starts talking again. Two, you said that
Chuck did not order a beverage. His mouth is so dry.
Sorry, three things. Second thing, you said that Link was the most recent of many managers who have gone missing and have come back, or just the only one? And then third, could I get like and I look back at Chuck and I'm like, Dr. Pepper?
I don't know.
Dr. Pepper, medium, please. Diet Dr. Pepper.
Simon looks at you and then looks at Chuck and says, "Yeah, have this one out of on the house as long as you get that man out of here as fast as you can."
Can you make that caffeine free, please?
If I used...
Absolutely, I will make that caffeine free for you. But yeah, Link's the first of our managers in a while. But so, you know, we've been around for a while, and supposedly long before I worked here, I don't know, 5 years ago, there was another stint of managers who went missing, but everyone's saying the cycle's starting again or whatever, but Link's the only one who's come back. I mean, so far, if you're taking into those rumors, we've had 4 managers go missing, two from before, then Link, and now we got another missing one, which is why I'm here. And but Link's the only one who's gotten back, and he went nuts, so and
Teddy's gonna take out that $50 bill that he was gonna give to the station manager, and he's just gonna slide it across the table and say, I can't promise that I can get him out of here as soon as he finishes his meal, so go ahead and take this. Keep the change from the drink for yourself. I know, corporate probably has some sort of policy against that, but, fuck corporate, so enjoy.
Not like there are any security cameras.
And Simon makes an expression that isn't rolling his eyes or sighing at you for the first time since you've entered, and smiles at you and says, "Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's been long hours recently."
Don't worry. At some point, once you leave this place, it'll get better. Teddy's just gonna tip his hat and take the drink and plop it in front of Chuck.
Chuck, who is now very much into the burger, probably halfway done. He is breaking world records. I feel like my comedy career has peaked with the savory gravery. I feel like it's all downhill from here. But as he finishes, he takes a huge sip of the Pepsi, oh gosh.
Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I don't know where you got the Pepsi.
Dr. Pepper. Sorry, my
He
bad.
picks up somebody else's Pepsi from across.
I'm stealing someone else. Yeah, he drinks his Dr. Pepper and he's like, the prunes are very good for us. There's prunes in Dr. Pepper. I don't. Anyway, he turns to Teddy and he's like, "So, sorry, I just wanted to get in the mood for Thanksgiving."
Right.
It's weird. Are you not doing? Don't you have a kid? Do you not go to Thanksgiving? Why are you?
I do. Her name's Carol, and she has a little one now too. June. But they're all down in San Antonio, and they've got their own family. I don't want to impose on them, and we've got a job.
So you're estranged.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You weren't invited to the family Thanksgiving. I see. I got you.
Teddy's gonna tap the table and say, "I'm gonna let you finish your meal, Chuck, because I'm actually interested in
No one
hearing more."
wants to talk to me.
And
I
he's gonna
don't
turn
even
around
get
and
it.
walk away.
Yes, I think
This is why I eat.
during this is trying to actually get the attention of Link and see if we can get him to talk to us, possibly. Did we notice that he was kind of eyeing our group a little bit?
Yeah, so since Simon gestured to him, Link has been kind of not absent-mindedly. He's been cleaning the same section of counter over and over again, decidedly not making eye contact with you, but once he hears Simon and Teddy wrap up their conversation, he kind of looks back and meets your eye, and then kind of looks around and is not going to be one to initiate a conversation here, but has definitely noticed you looking back at him.
Can I ask a question of the keeper real fast before we jump into RP with League? For the big Zitties, you said that in your description, you said that it was attached to an arcade. Is it like the big Zitties? Excuse me. Is it like the big Zitties it's a restaurant and then like one part of the wall is opened up into the arcade, or is it just kind of like a door that leads into the arcade that's currently closed? Like, what does that look like specifically?
It's kind of like so basically the building is a renovated like gas station, because everyone kind of, or like not a gas station, but one of those like gas station like buildings, and so kind of it's a big Z's that kind of blends into an arcade.
Gotcha.
So there's not really a big separation between the two, but they are owned by two separate like owners. And
Gotcha. So it's like one of those like gas stations where it's like the gas station like building is there, and then on the side of it is like, you know, a fast food place or something along those lines.
Yeah, like one of those. Yeah,
in
it's
the
like
same-
a gas station, and then you like walk a little
Gotcha.
bit
So is there
in the
like
gas
a-
station, and there's like a subway. So yeah.
So is there like a see-through door that we could like push through to get into the arcade? That might be like locked after hours or something along those lines, or is it just like an open wall?
It's just an open wall. Like
Okay.
they have you presume they have some sort of agreement between the Big Z's and whoever owns this arcade that you know, what the business for one is beneficial to the business for another, so they just kind of when the gas station was remodeled, they did not bother to put in a wall.
Gotcha. Then yeah, I guess then I just wanted to double check that. But
Yeah,
you
of
said
course.
that Link was at the counter, just kind of like not starting any conversations.
So, when you say the counter, you mean in the back, right? Because you said he went into the back.
So there's like there's like the main like counter between the customer, and then there's like another counter kind of along the back wall, and then there's a door that you could go through, and he was originally through the door, but kind of when Simon gestured to him, came out the door like he was like had a mission to do something out there. So now he's facing backwards and or like facing away from you and just cleaning the same section of counter over and over.
So, what happened? I mean, what happened to you if you've just come back from wherever? I mean,
Link turns around and kind of gives you an up and down look, and he says, none of your nothing. It doesn't matter. I'm tired of people talking to me about it. I don't want to talk about it with someone like you. I don't. And he kind of you notice him look over at Anne as he's talking to you because there's something about you specifically that he seems to be very intent on um looking very suspicious of you. So he is kind of dismissive of your question and like doesn't want to open up to you at all.
This makes what I want Anne to do next kind of ironic, because Anne can soothe someone by speaking to them in a quiet voice. So I think that Anne would turn to him, and noticing his discomfort, especially at her presence, would just say, "Hey, my friend just wants to chat with you for a few minutes. I'll buy you a drink. You guys can sit outside. It can just be the two of you."
No, I think it's me that he's uncomfortable with.
Oh, I see.
He's getting the skeevies of
That's my bad.
Yes.
the aura of vampire in the air, I guess, because
Got it.
Alex is
I
wearing his
misheard.
mask. Yeah.
See, I'm anxious now because I know that my superiors will still need to ask something terrible of me, so I don't know if I've just got like sketchy aura. As one does.
Just as.
Just, So okay, so I think that I would amend my statement to just be, "Hey, why don't I buy you a drink? A soda, we can sit at a table
I
in
thought
the
this
corner."
was getting...
No, Anna's not like that.
Dating goes.
And then just chat with him for a couple of
Chuck
minutes.
like peeks in like it's just getting romantic. Ooh,
With
Alex-
turkey flesh hanging from his face.
Alex is gonna take the hint and go over to Chuck specifically and say, "Let's go check out the arcade, huh? Grab your burger. Let's go."
Weirdly enough, last year on Thanksgiving I was also eating at a Big Zitti's, but I was alone then. Now
Well,
I'm only alone in the sense that no one wants to talk to me. But I appreciate you wanting to hang out with me.
yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Grab your burger. Let's go. You can tell me about the good old days.
Oh, I'm almost
And he
finished.
looks at Anne like, "You owe me on this one. This is."
Wow.
And nods in understanding.
Okay, show me how these weird little games work.
Yes. Okay, so there you go. So we are going to head to the arcade.
All right. So Link looks at Anne and says, "Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Something about your friend. I had a bad experience with the I'll tell you about it if you really want to hear, but it's not like anyone's coming to this stupid haunted hellhole anyway." And he kind of kicks the dishwasher.
This town, I feel terrible.
This poor guy. This guy should not be
this guy.
working in the place he's working if he hates it so much.
Yeah, I think Anne would buy a couple of sodas and pay for them through Simon, and then just kind of direct Link to a table kind of in the corner away from everybody else. And then go sit down.
Link kind of looks at Simon like, and you can tell that Link's a couple years older than Simon, but looks at him kind of for reassurance, and Simon's like, "Man, no one's coming in. Just go have your date or whatever. I don't." And Link looks back and is like, kind of nods at him, because they both recognize that after Link's disappearance directly connected to the big Zitties, no one's really coming in. And Simon is not gonna have to do any work anyway either, so Simon heads off to just kind of hang out in the arcade, and Link goes over and sits across from Anne.
Teddy's just gonna walk past the table once the two are seated, and just kind of look at Anne and say, "Do y'all are you cool with just being by yourselves? I think I'm gonna take a look around the place."
I'll lock eyes with Link and see what his reaction is.
Link just gives a shrug. He isn't he isn't as skeeved out by you as he is by Alex, but so he could basically gives you a look of like, I don't care what you do, man. Like basically Link is very ambivalent to what anyone does, except for doesn't want Alex to go near him.
Gotcha.
For Alex.
He's used to that. It's fine.
Also doesn't want Chuck to go near him because he saw how he just ate that horrible monstrosity of a burger.
As Alex and Chuck are like in the arcade, Chuck's like, "It's okay, I understand. People don't like hanging out with me either."
Anyways, have you ever heard of Time Crisis? And he's just gonna.
I don't. Okay, like I was reading the room. I do not actually want to know about technology.
But there's a gun involved.
Okay, maybe I will.
Okay. And then
Teddy's waiting for Anne's response.
Yeah, Teddy, if you want to look around, I think that's... Yeah, I'll be fine here. Thank you.
Tips the hat and exits away from the conversation. And then I was hoping, if possible, just to go ahead and get it out right now, for maybe to investigate a mystery. Essentially, Teddy's just kind of like walking around this space, like the perimeter of the or the interior of just doing kind of like a round around the arcade and the inside of the big Zitties, just trying to see if there's like anything that seems out of place, whether it's like out of order arcade cabinets or maybe like mold in places that might seem odd or things of that nature, like anything that seems out of place within the building itself.
Yeah. You have to roll that before I give you answers.
Yes, you are correct. Cool. Okay, it's not bad. Plus sharp, that'll be an 8, so I get to hold 1.
Right.
I'm gonna go ahead and just say and ask what is being concealed here.
So you don't notice anything very obvious being concealed. There's no, like, trapdoors, portals to other dimensions, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of arcade machines that are broken down, but you notice that the only things really being concealed here is the Game Boy that Link is hidden under the counter for him to play on when he is working his late nights, and there's some like some dirt and dirt. Sorry, my brain's not working. There's some there's some dirt leading up to the counter and the counter where they greet customers, and under the counter there's a small patch of mushroom, like there's a small patch of mold and some like mushrooms, but not you more just like, maybe this big ZD should be cleaned more often.
So it just seems more like a byproduct of uncleanliness rather than something.
Yeah, it doesn't strike you as too odd. You definitely take note of it, but it doesn't seem to be
This
like
is in the restaurant.
they're
part?
just regular mushrooms. What?
This is like underneath the counter of the Big Ziti's, the restaurant.
Yes.
Okay. Just health rating wise, it's definitely makes it down from like an A to a C.
Yeah. And to answer Elsa's question in chat, they are fun mushrooms. By which it's just like, they're not any specific, like, you don't specifically identify them as poisonous or anything. They're just mushrooms
Like
you'd
drugs?
find out in the wild. No.
Oh, I'm like the
If you-
fun
Oh.
mushrooms.
If
There's
you
no
touch
such
one,
thing as fun
you grow
mushrooms.
taller.
All
Yeah.
mushrooms are gross.
Well, yeah,
I
we
was
did
This is a
determine.
hot take.
We're not allowed to have mushrooms. You're gonna have to edit those out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to change this right now. The producers.
Based on the
just called.
contract, you and I are the only ones that enjoy mushrooms. So
Well,
It's okay. I'm getting beat up in chat for my comments.
Well, no, Turntables RPG is officially anti-mushroom. It was a vote. It happened. I'm sorry for all the fools in chat who have been lied to by the mainstream media to believe that mushrooms are delicious.
So
mushrooms are good.
But yes, I guess that would conclude Teddy's kind of like inspection for the most part. Obviously he doesn't like have any of his or he does have his gadgets, but he doesn't want to like freak anyone out by like pulling out like an EMF reader or anything of that nature as of yet. But yes, I think for now, I think he's probably just gonna kind of go hang out with Chuck and Alex, I suppose. But
All right.
As Teddy walks up, Chuck's like, "Oh, now you want to hang out with me?"
I was doing our job, Chuck.
Well-
looking for clues.
Maybe I just want to have a nice holiday with friends, but obviously those are hard to come by.
I mean, we're together, aren't we? And you just had your meal, and you're about to play this
By
fun
myself.
little shooting game. We were there. We were like within 10 feet of you.
No one. You always do this.
I'm picturing that Chuck's already got the high score in one of the shooting games. Like,
In all honesty, I'm so confused. Why don't we just shoot people?
Well, that's illegal, Chuck. So we just stick
Well,
to fantasy in the realm
I
of
mean,
digital
okay,
fun.
maybe not people, but I mean, like, we kill monsters
Well,
a
that's
lot.
what
Like,
I was doing, Chuck. Is I'm trying to find.
like
the
I
monsters.
literally shot a guy, like last job we just did, like last week.
You shot.
I literally shot a man, and he's dead. I think.
How within earshot are the employees of this establishment when he says this?
So, Link and Anne are kind
In
of
a
on the
video
other
game,
side
sorry.
of the building, but Simon's probably 15 feet from you and kind of gives you a look, but he's like, "I'm not paid enough for this. Don't care." He's very not ambivalent, but uninterested in anything. So
Sure.
just assumes you're
Talking about a video game.
talking about a video game.
Apathetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Fine, you want me to do the job? Sure, I'll do the job. Let's look around for clues. Let's
I
see what
already did
magic.
that.
Because can we agree it's probably a magic thing? With obviously that's why we're here disappearing people. It'd be weird if it wasn't magic, honestly.
I mean, I wasn't checking for magic. You know, I'm not really a magical person, and neither are you. Even though you did that.
I
one
feel like
spell
you are
that
kind of a
one time.
magical person.
I'm not a
You
magical
got your
person.
train.
I have 3 degrees from MIT. I'm not a magical person.
You always rub that in my face that you completed college.
He's gonna.
mean,
always-
Teddy's gonna turn
wait.
to the other graduate from college.
Yeah. What does having a college degree have anything to do with magic?
I'm just saying that
No,
it's
no,
not.
no. I'm just saying he's always rubbing it in my face.
It's not my forte. Technology is my thing. Science is my thing.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, Doc, what have you
Fine.
picked up on anything?
It's an arcade. It's pretty archaic.
I mean, you got a favorite game or something?
Yes, but here I'll show you, and then we'll come back over there because I don't think that playing a video game.
I think Chuck's
in
gonna
our
go
table-
back into the big ZDs and ask, like, and just say out loud, so where did you disappear?
Stop! Will you stop? And taking care of that part.
Yeah, Anne's talking to Luke or Link right now.
Alex might be about to play DDR. You don't know. Anyways, go ahead.
Would love to see Alex play DDR. Please don't do that until Anne is done with her conversation.
Okay, sure. All right, go ahead. Speaking of Anne's conversation, segue.
So, Link, just tell me as much as you want to tell me, but what happened to you? Where did you go? You came back? You went missing? I just want to get an idea of what happened to you.
Link takes a big breath and kind of puts his head in his hands and kind of looks away from you and is like, I don't know if you're someone who actually cares or if you're just another, like, crazy come to make fun of me, or I don't know, but I figure I'm being made fun of enough already. I was sitting doing my job at definitely 100% focused on my job, not doing anything else at 3 a.m. and a guy came in, weird clothes, like some sort of anime kid or something, I don't know, but he was older or something, not so old, but probably 30s, maybe 40s, but he had this like really gray white hair, and he ordered something, I don't remember, just water, I think, and asked for my name. I assumed to file some sort of complaint. I don't know. Maybe saw me doing my job. I was not doing my job. I was playing Game Boy in the back, and I assumed for some sort of complaint. Didn't really care. Gave him my name, and as I was walking back, I walked into this forest that I'd never been through. Well, obviously I'd never been into it, but because it was in the back there and there's no forest back there, it's just more of this restaurant. And I don't really remember too much of it, but I remember feeling strange and really hungry, but something in me told me not to eat anything, and I just remember walking through this forest and finding sticks, and I had to like beat things up, or like it was very weird. It was like I was in a video game, but I was the character, and everything was in 3D, and actually attacking me, and I was getting hurt and stuff. But once I made it through the forest, there was some sort of what I guess I would describe as a boss fight, but I don't remember any of it. And then I woke up a couple days later back here, like I hadn't moved at all, like I was still on my shift, and whatever it was, I don't care enough to find out.
That sounds really scary. and very strange. Is there anything else you can tell me about the man who came in? You said he was weird clothes. What was strange about them?
It was like he wasn't really wearing them. It was like, not that nothing fit. It was like his clothes and his body, and he was all one form, I guess. It felt, it was, I felt like if I touched his clothes, they would have felt the same as his body, and that he couldn't, it was like he was 3D printing himself or something. Like he hadn't made him been made separately. Like he was formed into these clothes, and like he was also part of the clothes. And also I vaguely remember him having long, like, vampire teeth, but I think that was just a figment of my imagination, because it's not like vampires are real. It's just, I don't know, people have long canines. I don't know. But whatever it was, he felt kind of fluid, I guess. Like he was forming himself as he was talking to me. Sort of like an animation, like he was, instead of him talking to me as a fluid motion, it was him reforming himself every time he moved.
Kind of get what you mean. I've played a game or two. Was it? You guys are
I too am
connected.
a gamer.
I'm hip.
Hello.
I play
Hello,
a
Mario.
video game. Don't do that to me right now.
Anne plays Angry Birds on her phone, calls herself a gamer.
Don't do this to
I am a
me.
gamer.
Anne would definitely play. You know what? I can't make this
Candy
decision
Crush.
right now. There's too
It's
much
just
pressure.
Candy Crush.
Anne would not even play Candy Crush. She would have downloaded like some kind of knockoff Candy Crush. Anne still plays
Farmville.
Bejeweled. That's what it is.
Oh no.
There it is.
Bejeweled Blitz. I used to play some Bejeweled Blitz.
I like how
This
no one
is-
brings up Flappy Bird because it's too hard.
Well, you
So-
can't delete it. Don't delete it. You'll lose it.
Anne would play Animal Crossing. Thank you, Elsa. Someone has my back.
Okay, so anyways.
Oh, and Nintendogs. Yeah, this is good. Anne loves Nintendo games. What game were you playing when this strange guy came in?
Link kind of Link kind of looks away sheepishly. That was very hard for me to say, and says, "It doesn't matter. I don't. It's embarrassing. I don't. Doesn't matter."
I mean, you probably guessed from what I said earlier. I don't play games much, but if you tell me, I might be able to look it up. Maybe it has a connection to this weird guy, but I'm not here to judge you. If my friends and I do our job right, this won't happen to anyone ever again.
And Link kind of rolls his eyes and goes, "I don't see why it should matter. I mean, not like I can hold down the world record for it anyway." And tells you that the game he was playing was Castlevania.
Sorry, that's out of character, that noise.
That's actually why he doesn't like Alex, not
Yeah.
because Alex stole his world record.
Yeah, they
Oh my God.
unknowingly they've been fighting for each other for the world record on Castlevania.
Wait, your Alex Rose Sucks 2007?
Which is weird because Alex doesn't even use his real name, so he doesn't know how they got found out.
I ask, do you have your console on you? Could I borrow it? Take a look at it?
Um, uh, forgot my own character's name. Link looks at you and goes, "Yeah, I haven't played it since I came back. I don't. There's something about it now. I don't. Video games seem a little too real." And he goes kind of. He goes around to the back of the employee counter and pulls out his Game Boy and kind of tosses it over to you nonchalantly.
Thanks. One of my friends is really good with the sciencey stuff. Do you mind if I bring it over to him and and he can take a look at it, and I'll bring it back if you even want it back.
I mean, I might play it at some point, but if y'all want to inspect it for magical vampire energy or whatever, I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna have my friend look at it and see if, I don't know, there's something about it. Is there anything else that you can tell me about what happened to you? I just connected something in my head. Simon was mentioning that you're the first one to come back. And someone else has gone missing since you did?
Link looks at you and says, I mean, yeah, I'm the first one to come back, but doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know. There's been the building we're currently located in, and it kind of gestures around uncaringly. It used to be a gas station, but people went missing. No one visited the gas station. You know, as far as I know, it's unconnected. I mean, that was nearly 8 years ago, something like that, if you believe the rumors. But yeah, supposedly 2 people went missing, one right after another, just like I did. And well, but I mean, I feel kind of bad. I got through this weird other dimension. I didn't see anyone, but I'm a little worried about Sora, who disappeared. She's the other manager. Also not looking forward to having to, you know, I feel kind of guilty about it. I wish I could have warned her or something, but as far as I mean, she's smart and everything, but I don't know if she's gonna make it back. And Link kind of looks away. And with that, your phone rings. And by rings, I do mean buzzes, because I forgot we have not given your superiors a voice, and I would not like to be the one to do that. And you get
It's
a
gonna
text.
be me. I'm gonna give him a voice. That's my turn. I'll do it.
You get a text from your superiors saying that the cycle shall not end, and that is your task. They text you saying you cannot end the cycle.
Great. I'm gonna text back, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
WTYM.
And You get another text back.
It's a meme.
Yeah, it's a link to the Hello Mario video.
No, my brother Luigi with a big old bunch of spaghetti and informazione. Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario.
Hello,
We gotta
Mario.
link it in the chat now. Let me go
Yeah.
get it.
Hello,
But-
Mario.
You get a text reading, the source you're encountering here is more powerful than you know, and if you disrupt it, you will have extreme consequences. And then your phone shuts off.
Not again.
I mean, it in the sense that it like powers down and powers back up,
Okay.
and the messages aren't on it.
Got it. I thought that I'd have to live without playing Bejeweled. That would be so
Don't worry.
sad.
They've allowed you to play Bejeweled this time.
Thank you. Thanks to my superior. I feel like that's even worse. Okay. I think Anne would turn to Link and say, write down her phone number on a piece of paper, give it to him, and say, hey, if you think of anything else you need us to know, give me a call. We're gonna be here for a couple of days. I'm gonna go give your game to my friend. He's gonna look at it, and hopefully we can have some answers for you, all right?
Link looks at the piece of paper and looks back at you and says, the less I talk about this, the better, but I mean, I'll call you if, something
Hey.
happens.
If you find yourself in trouble, you can call us.
And kind of waves at you and goes, thanks, Ghostbusters.
Anne giggles and then kind of like turns heel, and walks on over to everybody else.
Alex has just introduced the two of them to the Luigi's Mansion arcade game.
Oh yeah.
It's excellent.
Ghosts. I mean, I don't even what's the
I was
What's even the
definitely-
point?
I was definitely always more of a Galaga man, but this seems fun.
You point the thing at the ghosts, and
I tried
suck 'em
Pong
up.
once upon a time. That was pretty fun.
Help me, please.
Okay, cool then. Any information? Chuck turns to Anne. Good. Cool. Did you get any information?
Sorry, my computer's being a little laggy. You are asking Anne?
Yeah, do you have anything, please? I want an exit.
Yeah, it's crazy how sometimes people just want to be out of a conversation with someone, right, Chuck?
Wow,
Imagine
don't
that.
even. Wow.
Yeah.
I was yelled at to do my job, and that's what I'm trying to do here.
Alex, I'm so glad you're back.
Yeah, he told me that this guy came into the shop early in the morning. You know what? I'm just gonna tell them everything that I learned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured.
So he was into
Um,
cartoons, but he was over the age of 10. That's ridiculous.
And I think that Anne, while she is mulling over the information that she got from her superiors, would actually not yet hand Teddy the console. And she wouldn't mention it. She would just mention the game that he was playing, and the connection that she had made there, but not actually give him the console itself.
Would you tell them that she has the console? Because if not, that is something Alex is going to suggest, is maybe we can try and get the console. I'm sorry, but that is absolutely
That's true.
Like the logical thing to do is.
Yeah, I think Anne not knowing Alex's backstory would just kind of withhold that information.
Oh yeah, that's right. None of you know really.
I mean, we could. You mentioned that Link said that there were a couple cases a couple years back of something similar. Some of us could head back to old text and try and search via there if we want to. Did we get any other leads within the town itself that we could maybe follow up with, or should we just reconvene back at old text?
Do you
Is
want
that
me
a
to-
question for me or?
I was posing it an RP to Anne.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But from what I remember from the conversation, I don't think there's any other like in town leads.
Yeah, I think it's all just like everything we know is just it happened in the store. There is some cycle like this happens often.
Yeah, and that someone is freshly missing.
Someone else besides Link who got back.
Teddy did see that there there was a Game Boy behind the counter, right? You said that as he was passing around, he did notice that the
Yes.
So I think Teddy would probably go back around the counter looking for that Game Boy. If not, he's going to take out a test tube and just scrape up some of that like mushroom gunk and things of that nature into it, and just be like pop a cork on it and stand up and show it to both Simon and Link and just say, I'm just gonna test this just to make sure it's not detrimental to food and people in general. I hope I'm not with the health department or anything like that. I just tend to do this for my own sake. I really don't. I have to mind what my friend, and he kind of gestures over to Chuck. I have to mind what he's eaten from time to time, just because.
Chuck looks so sad. He's just very sad.
Could I get a Gravery Savory to go?
Simon looks at you and goes, "Another one? You really want?" And then just kind of.
But I know he will.
They're only
Takes a
given
big
like 3
breath
turkeys a year. We know.
And starts making it and says, "I'm charging you double for this one because I figure if you can afford 2 of these things, you can afford the hospital bills they're coming with."
Whoa.
I'm happy to pay double for silence. So
I don't know if that's a little. That's legal.
And Link gives Simon an eye and says, "Fine, I'm not making you pay double, but if you want
how
it."
You bribe Simon with money, and then Simon's like, "Give me more money now."
yeah.
I wasn't bribing Simon. I was just being a part-time worker is rough. But
that extra tip.
Teddy will just take the, I'm assuming, carton of that this burger comes in.
It's very it's
Yeah.
like
Puts it like
basically
inside of like
tickets.
a plastic bag, and just kind of like begins to. He's like, I'm sure my friend already told y'all, but if you need anything, and he has a business card. Sure, why not? He's gonna pop it out of his coat and like hand it to them. He's like, call us if you need anything, and then he's just gonna turn away and head back towards the group. I've got dinner for you, Chuck.
Thank you. I appreciate the thought.
We'll make sure to keep it.
Chuck seems
fresh.
to be. I feel like Chuck's having like a little pouty fit, like a girl, like a teenage girl who's just like, okay, but I'm not gonna be happy about it.
Teddy's just gonna like hold it up and let the smell waft a bit in front of his pouty face. And he's gonna be like, "Oh, Chuck, don't be like that."
Chuck Chuck just slowly grabs it and is like, this changes nothing.
And then I look back, or Teddy's gonna look back to the group and say, "So, old Tex?"
All right.
Yeah,
go.
let's
Yeah.
do
We're
it.
gonna head back to Old Tex.
right.
Chuck's cholesterol is non-existent.
Nah, who even knows? I don't get.
Alex,
I don't go to the doctor.
Chuck should go to a doctor.
No.
you happen to know one. Well, technically.
Would you really want to be his doctor, Doc?
Listen, there was an oath, and I may have changed a few words in it since, the whole thing, but
Oh,
Fair enough. Although I'm not sure if you'd really.
you'll
wanna...
have to. There will be struggles if you try to come anywhere near me with your fancy little technology tools to try to tell me how to live my life, because I will live it as best as I can.
you realize that guns are technology, right? Like, that is...
No, but they're different. They're don't do that.
You also had doctors. Like, you grew up... Doctors were before your time. Like, they're not...
I know. No. I understand. I went to doctors. I was vaccinated because that's just a smart thing to do. Don't be an idiot. But at the same time, I don't know what you're doing in there. Your new little card thing, I don't even get it. It's scary. Also, like, imagine, like, if we were driving the train and you had to do, like, surgery on me. That would be very bumpy.
Hey,
Your
I
knife
take
could
offense
slip.
to that, though. My balancing system is top notch. That's the smoothest ride you'll ever find on the rails anywhere.
And they also have some precautions set up specifically
Sure.
for that.
That's what they all say, but then you accidentally slip and then you cut out my heart, and I don't. And that's not what I need
Electromagnetic
right now.
suspension system. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, cutting
I
out the
don't
heart was a
speak
few...
Spanish. I speak some French.
Yeah, Teddy's not gonna say anything. Maybe beat you.
Okay. Look.
So were you all heading back to the train?
Yes.
All right. As you are walking back, you notice a cat run in front of you, and as it gets it runs past you, but it at one point it stops harsh in its tracks and turns around and looks at you, and then continues walking, but much slower, and until it suddenly picks up the pace again and continues sprinting away from you.
Weird.
Ominous.
Odd.
Strange.
Wow.
And we head back to the train.
And then you head back to the train.
Did we get a description of the cat? Like, is it what color was the cat? Like, was it a specific?
It
type?
was just kind of a scraggly orange cat. Nothing is super definitive about it. Just a regular scraggly cat.
Orange though.
Orange though.
Oh.
Okay.
So, did we get any information about this other person that disappeared? Like, what were they? Like, it was a girl? Or what did the guy message? And you were the one who talked to the guy. I would assume you are the resident expert on this, since we have now left Big Zitti's, sadly.
The resident expert on what? Sorry.
You talked to the guy. I assume you know I know you explained it a bit. I'm just trying to see if you have any more information, I guess. Would be like, do we know anything more about the other girl who is now missing?
I don't think so. She was another manager. Link has some
Doesn't
really
think
strong...
she would make it. Yeah,
Yeah, survivor's guilt.
interesting.
He didn't really tell me anything else.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Her name
I mean,
was
it seems like
Sora?
it always. Pardon?
Her name was Sora? You said?
I don't know if I caught her name.
Yes, her name was
Mars?
Sora.
He definitely said
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
it. Trust me, I'm paying attention, Mars.
Oh my god.
I'm on.
All
you.
right.
I can only take so much note in short amount of time. Before
No,
my
it's
language
fine.
becomes
It just stood out
unintelligible.
for a specific reason. Mars.
Mm.
This is crazy. I don't know
Mhm.
what we're talking about. Okay. I guess we head back to the train, right? Yeah. Unless we want to go chasing after a cat. If we for some whatever reason feel that random cat is important.
I mean, it was odd behavior in and of itself that it like slowed down to watch us, but
yeah.
It's a cat. Is it
Yeah.
really?
I mean, I don't know. I think cats are.
I
Weird.
mean, I feel like a cat would have just ignored us straight out, but the fact that it actually paid attention to us was odd.
Interesting. Could just be curious, but you know what they say about that in cats. He says as he slowly pulls out a gun.
And on the side of the side of the barrel, it reads in like etched in calligraphy, "Curiosity."
Alex just puts his hand, just slowly pushes it back down.
Okay. It was a joke. It was a joke. I'm trying to. I don't know. People see. I'm trying to be more liked. I don't.
I mean, that was
let's not pull out the
admittedly-
gun then. You know,
Right.
jokes with
Well-
physical guns out in the air usually don't tend.
I don't.
To
I just
fall
don't
real
think you
well.
guys get comedy. I just don't think you understand it.
I think
mean-
we're missing out on the proper explanation here, brought about by chat, which is that we do in fact have an entire turkey in a bag with us.
That is, thank you, chat. That's actually completely fair.
I mean, I guess that's true. I was saving it for dinner. It's like, but also at the same time, it's like what time at night? I don't know. Technically I just had brunch. I don't.
What time of day is it by the time that we get back to the train, Keeper?
It's around 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, so I had lunch. Cool.
Yeah. Yes. Just to keep Chuck's eating schedule fairly
you, I
regular.
appreciate
I'm
it.
not gonna have him eat at like, you know. I don't want to him to have eaten a turkey at like 8 in the morning.
It was a
Well,
light lunch.
could've.
You know.
Yeah.
It was a light lunch.
Also, for the many curious chat members, the cat is kind of scraggly and dirty, so maybe not the softest, but has short hair and is orange with no patches of any other color on him. So that was very important for people to know.
So not Garfield. Got it.
Not Garfield.
Could be Garfield. Dude, I used to read Garfield.
Of course you did, Chuck.
I like. He's a funny cat. He likes his lasagna. I relate.
That doesn't
Mondays.
explain so much about you, Chuck.
I don't. I also do not like Mondays.
As we get back onto the train, is Apophis still there?
Yep, Apophis is there, just kind of frustrated. At this point, he is frustratedly kind of flapping his arms around as like scarab beetles just kind of like shed off because can't seem to get this right, and it's taking a lot longer than usual for reasons of convenience. But
I mean, it was an Egyptian thing that got him. So
yeah.
Teddy will just kind of like gesture to the semi mini fridge in the lounge car and just look at Chuck and say, you can pop it in there, we can reheat it once dinner time comes around.
Okay, thank you.
And then let's see, Teddy's gonna take his hat and his jacket and kind of put it on a coat rack, and he's gonna kind of sit in one of the booths and just call out to Oltex to bring up like a search screen, and I guess I would like to investigate a mystery while doing an internet search with my AI over. The specific search components would be Stokerton, Ohio, missing persons cases, approximately between like 2011, 2012, 8 years ago.
So from that time period, you find 2 missing persons reports. There is one with a
Should I roll investigate a mystery for it?
You should roll investigate a mystery. Forgot about that one.
No worries. So investigated mystery is so I get a +1 from using old text. So that's a +2 altogether. That's an 8. So or no, I'm sorry. That's a 9, but it's still a mixed success. So I will do the what happened here, and try and essentially what I'm looking for is those missing persons. Did they work at the arcade or at the big Zitti's at the time? What ages were they? Were there?
Can I help out? You rolled a 9, right? So we could get a +1.
How would you help me out?
How are you searching for this information?
So essentially, I have like a holographic search screen in front of me that I'm typing into. Essentially, just Googling different like keyword phrases, seeing what articles pop up.
He tells you to make sure to put some things in quotations, and it can pull up more specific results.
Oh, thank you. And then he just kind of like does that and types the stuff in.
Well, let's find out if it helped. That's going to be a 7, so mixed success. So you did get +1, but
So you search up the results. You search up the results. That's not how Google works. You search up your search terms and you come up with results. And there's not a whole ton of extensive records because these the town isn't very big and the police force is not the most attention focused maybe, but you find the missing persons reports for 2 people, both who have gone missing or who went missing in late 20 sorry. You find the missing persons report for 2 missing people from the middle of. You find one in the middle of 2012 and one in kind of the fall of 2012, and
So they weren't. So they weren't like one after the other, like this case.
No, but they were both middle-aged, or not middle-aged, but like middle teenage people, so between the ages yeah, they were young people, and I did not have names made up for them because I forgot to have names made up for them. But they one of them was a employee of the arcade, and one of them was just your regular old arcade employee, and then the other one was a high schooler who frequently visited the arcade, and the high schooler went missing first. The arcade was investigated, but nothing was found of his remains or any sort of like clue as to where he would be. He just kind of went missing without any sort of trace, and same for the arcade employee who went to missing a few months later.
For both the employee and the arcade aficionado, was it that the arcade was the last place they were seen?
Yes.
Okay.
both were last seen at and both went missing at the back in the day when they did have like CCTV cameras at the arcade. So both of them went missing at around 3 a.m.
Okay. I will probably keep the other hold for investigate a mystery, for later down the road. To ask, but I will relay all the information I find on the interwebs to the team.
Also, the dates they went missing, because I had that written down and forgot to say it, are the 20th of June and the 20th of September.
That's interesting. That's pretty close to the solstices and the equinoxes, aren't they?
It was 2012 or 2011?
2012.
Thanks.
And just for reference, because you would probably know this based off, how you had heard through the grapevine. But Link went missing on the 1st of November.
The 1st of November? Yeah, Teddy's gonna kind of swoosh away the search screen, and just kind of turn to the rest of the group and say, I have a vial of some fungus that I found underneath the counter at Big Zitti's. I don't think it really.
Gross.
Yeah, I don't really think it means
Why
anything.
would you even?
Because we don't know if it's. We need all the variables, and this could be one. So it's just the only one of the few things I could find out of place. So I
think you
figured
just like vials of things.
You're learning this now.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's like, I think it's just, ooh, look, a new fungus for my collection.
I'm probably gonna burn this up in the process of investigating it. I just like using vials and test tubes and graduated cylinders.
Okay, I thought you were about to say you graduated, and then I was gonna get very.
I did.
Again.
Oh my god.
Science things. I love them.
Flasks, Bunsen burners.
Chemicals. Way
You want me to
more
help you with
performance.
your chemicals?
So did you want to investigate that mushroom? Forgot what it's called.
If nobody else has anything they want to RP, then Teddy would probably head back to the workshop to try and analyze it. No? Then Teddy would, he would just kind of head all the way back to the workshop. I only had the one vial. So, I'm going to take the mushroom, and the first thing I do before I expose it to any materials is again just kind of like flatten it down on between two petri dishes and kind of like look at it underneath a microscope to see if there's anything different from a normal cellular structure of a mushroom. Anything different?
You don't notice anything different about the normal cellular. You don't notice anything abnormal about the cellular structure of the mushroom, but you do notice that the mushroom is a perfect circle, improbably perfect, like a textbook circle.
Right.
But nothing strange about this cellular makeup
Like
of the
SpongeBob
mushroom.
drawing the Hellenistic face and then erasing it to create perfect circle.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Geometry textbook circle.
Right.
Yeah.
That is interesting. I guess
if I don't see anything odd about it, then I don't feel bad about kind of like putting it through the gauntlet. So I'm just gonna run through several different tests where I drop it into different containers with different elements. So I'll drop it into like a container with powdered silver, a container with kind of shards of cold iron, a container of holy water, a container of holy oil that maybe I just light on fire, and I'll have that one be the last one. And what essentially I will use my investigative mystery hold to ask what sort of creature is it, if this mushroom is anything at all.
Well, the creature it is a mushroom,
Right.
but you notice that it withers or like kind of gets soggy, I guess, much faster in the iron.
In the iron?
But other than that, it behaves exactly as a mushroom would behave.
When you mean soggy, so like essentially like I put it inside the container with like shards of metal, but there's like no liquid. So when I dropped it in there, it just seemed to have an adverse effect against the iron.
Yeah, since now that you've like pulled it out of its mycelium and it's not connected to nutrients anymore, it's like slowly kind of getting mushy, because that's what mushrooms do when they're not, getting nutrients. But when you put it in the iron, it's like you kind of sped up time almost for it, and did I say when you put it in the mushroom? When you put it in the iron, it's like you kind of sped up time and like fast forwarded a little bit, so even though you put it in for 5 minutes or whatever, it feels like you had left it in for an hour, and it feels kind of older than.
Gotcha.
Okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Teddy will once again kind of like go through the cleaning procedures and kind of store away the cold iron shards and all that jazz back into their little cubbies, clean up, and then as he leaves, he'll have old Tex run through similar sanitation procedures. As he walks back into the carriage, he'll just kind of sigh a bit and kind of like readjust his sleeves that he had rolled up to do the investigations, and say, I really didn't get much. It could just have been a mushroom, but two things stood out that were odd. The actual head of the mushroom was a geometrically perfect circle, which I don't think happens that commonly in nature. The second thing is that there was a mild aversion to cold iron, which makes me believe that it could be maybe Fey in origin, but without more clues, we really don't have anything.
Right, so cold iron. Give me a moment, would you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Alex is going to take a step into his infirmary and pull the bookcase aside and just see if he's got some cold iron weaponry stocked away in his armory. So I'm going to roll plus weird to see if what I've got. So with the armory, you have a stockpile of mystical and rare monster-killing weapons and items. If you need a special weapon, roll plus weird. On a 10 plus, you have it, and plenty if that matters. On a 7 to 9, you have it, but only the minimum. And on a miss, you've got the wrong thing. So let's see if Alex has got some cold iron stashed away in his armor. That's a 7. I rolled a 4 plus 3, which makes it 7. So I have it, but only the minimum. So I guess in this case, I was hoping to have like some bullets and all this other stuff, but I feel like with a 7 to 9, only the minimum, maybe he only has a rapier setup that's cold iron for himself instead of being able to share with everybody else, maybe.
Yep. I will. Yeah, you have got one cold iron rapier, and that is it in terms of iron weaponry that you have.
Question for the keeper. So I have a similar move within the workshop, where it's the fabrication workshop. Since most of my equipment is a bit unorthodox and probably illegal, I make most of it. So if I need something special, I can roll plus weird and essentially the same rules. Where if it's 10 plus, I can make it and have plenty of it if that matters. 7 to 9, I can make it but only barely. And on a miss, you've crafted the wrong thing. And so I was wondering, would you allow me to have enough like shards of cold iron that I could smelt it down and create cold iron bullets? Just because Chuck and some of the, or at least Chuck and myself do use bullets in our, at least in our conventional weapons. Could I roll for that, or would you say that?
Roll for it, and I'll tell you how your smelting process goes.
All right. That's 5, 2, 7 plus 2, 9. So 7 to 9 is you can make it, but only barely.
All right. So you melt down the iron, and you just have enough to make 5 bullets.
Okay. Yeah, I'll press them into their casings and kind of let them cool down. And then once I get them, I'll make them specifically for Chuck's. Chuck, you have or Chris, you have a revolver, right?
I have a revolver and a rifle.
Is it a 22 or a 9? Or I'm sorry, a 38 revolver, or is it a 9 millimeter?
38.
38. Yeah, I'll make them into 38 casings because it's the same revolver that I have. And I'll come out with just kind of like, and kind of like hand them over to Chuck to kind of like load into his revolver and say, "You only get 5 of those. Sorry, don't have enough."
Okay. Well, I appreciate the thought.
Just in case.
Of course.
Yeah, and then I guess Teddy would just kind of like sit down at the table and kind of maybe look at, or kind of pose a question to Anne and say, "How do you believe Link and company would mind us staking out the arcade for a couple of hours? I don't know what else we could do to get any more leads. Like the mushroom and the cold irons, like a faint enough lead as it is. We just need something a little bit more concrete to know what's going on."
I mean, did either of them seem like they gave a damn if we were there?
This is a 24-hour.
It is a 24-hour, a 24/7 Big Zitties. I do, yeah. I feel.
Yeah, I think.
Plus, I feel like they were not the most energetic workers ever. I feel like they did not care much about their job.
Well, I don't think their job cares too much about them, Chuck.
Well, I mean, there's just like a basic thing. Like if you walk in, like I walk in, I order a meal. Don't instantly start telling me about your day. That's not what the transaction is.
Well, maybe.
Unless I ask, "How's
Chuck,
your
can
day?"
you wonder why no one ever wants to have a conversation with you, buddy?
Dude, don't say that to me. I'm sorry.
It's been said.
Look. I'm just saying that I like to talk to people. I feel like no one listens to me when I speak, and it hurts when people just shove me off as the old guy. I understand. I'm not as
So, Chuck,
I'm not as mobile as all of you guys.
here's an alternative, Chuck. When people do talk to you, you could be nice to them. I know.
I feel like I am nice.
You were just complaining that someone spoke to you.
No, but they spoke to me because I did not say I wanted to have a conversation. Like, secretly I want to have a conversation with people, but I want it to be a mutual thing. Like they caught me off guard because no one talks to me, so it's weird when people do talk to me. And
Chuck,
strangers. I'm very interested.
Are you familiar with a hard-boiled egg?
Am I
Like, it's got-
familiar with a hard-boiled egg?
I don't know what you know.
I
Imagine
know.
if
I know
a
what
hard-boiled egg had 3 more layers around it.
Right,
That's
I'm gonna go
you.
take a nap really quick.
There's the
I guess we're
shell.
gonna be up late.
There's the yolk. There's
Teddy-
the white.
To
Yes.
answer your question, I think that staking out is a great idea. I think sweeping the area, maybe messing around with some of those game machines would be good too. God knows Big Zitti's has enough cheap coffee to get us through the night. Yeah, let's do it. And Teddy, I'll take a little bit of that whiskey if you've got some extra.
He doesn't even
Always
have
do.
rosé.
And I'll pour her a glass. But Teddy will also say, and I pose this to the group because again, we're just trying to gather as much information as possible right now. Should we try and try talking to other townsfolk, or do we feel like, I mean, we already got a semi-cold welcome, and it seems like nobody's really happy in this town as is. So I'm not sure how they would really feel about strangers coming up and asking them about, disappearances and shit like that. So
I
I'll
mean,
leave that.
supposedly I have a problem talking to people, so I'd be open to talking to people, I guess.
Well,
I mean,
I
they-
was primarily thinking that you could take maybe the Big Zitti's first watch. Something along those
Oh,
lines.
I see.
So just a couple of things in regards to that. First of talking to people, I mean, they are apparently not taking anything seriously since they completely just wrote the link off as crazy. So I don't think that we're going to get too much from them, except maybe names of people or times when people have gone missing or something. But you were able to find that. And second, it's 3 a.m., right? 3 a.m. We have 3 known evidence of 3 a.m. missing cases. So I don't think that we need to do a 24/7 stakeout of big CDs.
I think
If
we
we
know a
know.
place and a time, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we may want to show up a few hours early, maybe around midnight or something, but I don't think we need to go to big CDs right now unless we want to wait around and see if this Sora person shows back up. Or something.
Well, it's either waiting now or waiting there, or we're all just hanging around here for 12 hours.
So it really depends
What-
on
what
where
I mean
you
is
want
we
to hang
could go-
out and talk, because I
Well-
guess we need to talk more.
I was just going to say we can get a little bit of sleep now so that we don't have to live on only coffee, because that is really bad for your heart, honestly.
Hmm?
That is fair. If you all do want to sleep, all we
I
have
had
to
a
do is
Diet Dr. Pepper.
all we have to do is hop on over to the med bay, and I can shift some things around in here, and we can get some sleeping compartments.
Are there not beds on the train?
Not currently, because right now it's just a lounge
Where have
car.
we been
Hey,
sleeping?
there are 4 beds now on the train.
There are beds in the med bay, but when it was just the workshop and the lounge car, Teddy has a way of finagling like the panels and things of that nature, so that everything sweeps away and normal sleeping car like little rooms appear. Though they may be cramped for someone of like Apophysis size, they are like luxury cars for like 4 people. The thing itself is like 60 feet long, so they're approximately like maybe like 10 foot by 10 foot cubicles, with beds and like a side table and things of that nature, that
Okay.
everyone could sleep on technically. At least the 4 of y'all could sleep on. I'm not sure if Alex would want to sleep on one of his hospital tables, but Teddy's probably not going to sleep.
I don't think Chuck's gonna sleep. I think Chuck's gonna stay up and think about the comments that have been made to him tonight.
Then Teddy will sleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Anne might do a little bit of research on old Texas internet. Not that that went well the last time.
I was about to
but-
say that went really well before. Didn't it?
Mhm.
I mean, you know.
Okay.
So then I guess that's what we do. I set up 2 cubicles. We all like crowd into the med bay, and similarly to the one that's in the lounge car, there's a rotary phone, and Teddy like rings out like a specific code, and then like pulls out the responder and drops it back down. And then when you enter back into the room, there's 2 10-foot by 10-foot sleeping cubes, and then next to it there's still like a seating area with like a drinks bar and a like semi mini fridge and some bookshelves and things of that nature, for anyone who wants to sleep, and then anyone who wants to do research.
And as you are doing your various activities, Anne gets a call from a number from a phone. Anne gets a call on her phone from a phone number, but when I assume she picks up, she
Yes.
voice on the other end goes, "Sora's back. Thought you might want to know she's same out of sorts as I was." And with that, I thought we could take our break.
Yeah, dope.
Why would you do this to me?
Right on.
Cliffhanger.
So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So thanks for everyone for keeping up and staying up with us. And thank you, Mars. This is a lot of fun. I mean, this sounds really cool. And we'll see y'all in 15 minutes. So, bye.
Bye.
And as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stood from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out at the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building old techs, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
Welcome back. It's us, playing Monster of the Week.
Wow, this was bad. Wow.
That was
We
bad.
tried.
I don't know what to say now.
Wow, that was so unplanned.
So that was the end of the series. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming out. We appreciate it.
Wow.
Chris, did you adjust your camera?
Yes.
Okay.
I will move up.
Let's see here. This is what I should have been doing during the break.
Instead, we were just
No,
practicing your
Listen,
goofs.
we deserve the unfollows, please.
Oh no! Oh no!
Punish everyone for saying yes to doing that. Like,
I did it against my own will.
Me
Okay.
too.
I'm gonna. Elsa says I'm gonna call Mr. Twitch and tell on you.
Twitch cops are coming for us.
Please do. Please get us kicked out. It's what we deserve.
Alright, I won't be able to fix it now, but we'll fix it later.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
Waluigi missed it.
No. I will not do it again.
Are we just trying to? Has this devolved into us, just trying to dab as fast as possible?
No, I'm not.
No.
Watch me
I'm
dab so
dabbing
fast.
for
you can't see
Waluigi.
it.
Card Games on Zamboni says mailing Jeff at Amazon.com as we speak. Guys,
Wow.
we're getting told on.
While on email with Mr. Jeff, could you also ask him to please send, cut half of his entire money in half and send it around the world, please? That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So we were planning on staking out we were going back to Big Zitti's because Sora had come back. But the ulterior plan was also to do a stakeout, at least to see what happens at 3 a.m. Was there anything else? Am I missing anything else?
Nope. Unless I also missed something. So, I am going to assume you are all going to head right there. I tried to type in chat, what is the penis game, but was trying to talk and type at the same time. I wrote, what the heck is the penis?
Yeah, for those who are listening and can't see the chat, it is the specific phrase, what the heck is the penis? But with no question mark.
Okay, yeah, now hang on. We should probably put it in context of why they said that. Because someone was talking about the high school, the penis game, where you gradually get louder at saying the word penis over and over again. So
This is not a thing that I ever
It's a boomer
experienced in
game.
high
It's
school.
fine. It's a boomer game.
It's a
Oh,
Okay, it's an old thing.
See, the
Chuck
thing
would
is, I went to middle school and high school with Elsa, and apparently I just wasn't cool enough to be involved in the penis game.
It's not
Yeah,
a
I guess
game.
maybe
it's
it
just
was.
yelling penis
Yeah.
louder and louder
Until
in
someone
turn
says stop.
until someone gives up, or you get in a lot of trouble from your instructors who
Usually
have
that one.
overheard.
Wow.
And as
Anyway.
someone who has a very naturally booming voice, I was always the winner or loser, depending on how you want to look at it.
Oh, I never took place in it because I'm not an idiot. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry guys, I just got an email from Twitch. We've hit our penis count for the night, so let's go ahead and stop saying that word and move on with the story.
which word?
Which word? Well, if you don't tell me
Anyway.
what word it is, okay, I'm done.
So this is where we start talking about Chuck's doctor's appointment, where he goes into this horrible detail. That's the horror for this
I
episode,
can see
guys.
the view count just dropping to -1,000. And,
Nah, it'll skyrocket.
All right.
Putting on a glove. You know I'm not this kind of doctor, right?
So we're heading to the big Zitties. We're heading to the big Zitties.
You head there. I was gonna say something and then realized I didn't know what I was going to say. So you're at the big Zitties now. And when you get in, Simon is in a booth with his feet on the table because he's a cool teen who doesn't care. And
Chuckling's and that guy's really cool.
I know, Chuck. I can see it.
I'm saying that sarcastically. I can tell he is very much a loser, and I instantly want to punch him.
Chuck, need I remind you what we talked about earlier?
I know. I'm sorry.
Sometimes the bad words, the mean ones, they stay inside. They stay up here.
Wow.
And they don't come here.
You're breaking me. You're breaking me
or
down.
in here.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm so sad.
But Simon looks at you and kind of gets up and says, "You need another one? I cannot understand any other reason you would be coming in this establishment except if that guy," and he gestures to Chuck, "has somehow finished his second gravy disaster of the evening, and in which case I will not be selling you another one. There is no way that can be good for him. He's like, what?
Look,
90?
you have to get them now because the Thanksgiving special ends after Thanksgiving and you won't be able to get one. So I'm just saying it's only smart to stack up.
Simon, we're actually here because we heard that Sora had come back.
And sorry, that was an inconvenient cough. But Simon looks at you and goes, suppose Link called you, I guess. I mean, I don't know what y'all are doing here, but if it'll make him feel better, I don't... Whatever. Yeah, Sora's back. They're in the back.
Have y'all called the police yet?
We didn't necessarily call the police the
That's
first
smart.
time.
Leave them out of this.
Let's hold off for a little longer while we talk to her, just because we don't want to share the space or the airtime.
Yeah, you know cops.
Uh,
They get very, you know. Anyway, we'll go talk to her. We'll
Yeah.
straighten things out.
So as you, or Simon gestures to you, he's like, yeah, they're just in the back. Go behind the counter through that door. There's I keep meaning to make my voice go lower, but it keeps going more like Southern. But anyway, they're just behind there. I think they're in the manager's room.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Let's go. I thank you for conversing with me today.
And Simon kind of gives you a look and says, "You're welcome for conversing with you today."
Yes, positive words, and then Chuck walks away.
As Chuck walks away, Teddy's just going to turn to Simon and say, "Let us know if you need us to sign off for any volunteering hours because you talked to him." So, and then he's going to follow after Chuck.
You're
And
so
turns to
mean.
Chuck. That was good. Now just do that like
You don't
more
get
all
mad
the
at
time.
Teddy when he says mean things to me.
Teddy, cut it out.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Alex is
Literally,
in the door.
for the past,
Alex is just he's in the door now.
for like
Yeah, I
40
wanna go back
years or
there.
whatever, it's literally been like this. Every now and then I run into him, he says something mean to me.
And as you walk back, Link hears you talking to Simon and opens the door to the manager's office and says, come on in, guys. Sora's in here. She's better, I think, than I was, but...
Should I stay outside?
And Link kind of eyes you up and down and is like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of you, but you appear to have some sort of medical knowledge, and I think maybe Sora could use some help.
I've read the book or two.
Book or two's more than I got, and he gestures.
I have read some articles.
I do not trust you. Sorry.
Now that's ageist.
Now that is one of the smartest things I think you've ever said.
And
that's insulting. Again, why do people only get mad at me when I say mean things? I feel like, again...
Chuck, if you met yourself, would you trust you?
Well, not if... Well,
okay, then.
Depends. Yeah. Depends. What's the situation?
Okay, anyways.
And Link brings you inside a cramped room with a desk, a safe, and a TV that you had only assumed used to play some sort of camera footage, but is now just turned off and in the corner. And in sitting in the chair behind the desk is the person you assume to be Sora, a tall 25-year-old who looks like she has a tall 25-year-old with blonde hair who looks like she has not slept in about 4 days. And you see Link walk over to her and say, Sora, these are the people I told you about. They're here. They talked to me. I don't know. Maybe they're trying to do something, but I don't know. It helped me to talk to her. And Link gestures over to Anne and says, help me to talk to her. I don't know. He also appears to be some sort of doctor. If you feel hurt at all or something, I mean, I don't. And Link kind of looks down and is clearly a little bit overwhelmed because he is the only one who has any experience in this situation, and even though he is a manager, is not used to being in charge of a lot of people.
Right, we appreciate it, Link. We really do. So Sora just kind of like looks very tired. She doesn't look like skittish at all that there's like so many people now in the same room with her.
Nope. She looks kind of tired, kind of out of it, and is eating a thing of Big Ziti's fries very rapidly, but not skittish around you at all. She looks and doesn't have any sort of adverse reaction to Alex, like Link did as well.
Do you mind if I take a quick look at you? Just a precursory examination to make sure there's no injuries or anything like that.
I have to give Sora a voice now, and I keep wanting to just do a low Western or low Southern one. Yeah, sure. I don't care. I mean, I was just in a... I don't care. And she kind of looks at you like with very tired eyes to kind of say, go ahead.
Alright, can I roll to investigate a mystery while giving her that good old sweet medical examination?
You can.
Here we go. 9 + 1 is 10.
All right.
in D&D, I can roll nothing but 5s, but now that like failing a roll will reward me with experience, just successes all day. Okay, so let's see. So I can hold 2. So I'm just going to, like, as he's examining her, he's also going to ask her questions about things. So I think the first one and easiest one is what happened here.
So as you're giving her a little checkup, I mean, checking her eyes, make sure she doesn't have a concussion, that kind of thing. You ask her what happened to her, and she says, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And Link looks at her and says, yeah, but it might be best to just get it out, Sora. And
You might be
Sora,
surprised.
Sora looks at him and says, yeah, maybe you got a point. I was working in the manager's office. Well, I was working in the manager's office. I was on duty about 3 a.m. Excuse me. Doing, nothing in particular, when this woman walked in. She was wearing some sort of crazy cosplay, and she was, she walked up to me and ordered just, I think, a water, or I don't know, nothing special, and a oh no. Sora kind of shakes her head. She ordered just a roll. We've got like Thanksgiving stuff. I keep going into Link's voice. We got Thanksgiving stuff, and she just ordered one plain roll, and so I gave it to her, and she said thanks, asked for my name, and then I was walking back. She left immediately because she ordered one bread roll. As she was walking back, as I was walking back, I fell into this weird, I don't know, trance state. Just like, it felt like I wasn't really walking through the back here. It felt like I was walking somewhere else, and suddenly I was in this mechanical room with like levers and switches and this cold metal plating, and whatever happened, I had to kind of make it through, and there was a bunch of weird stuff I had to fight off, and whatever the case, I made it through this other dimension, and I had to do something at the end, and then I was free, but I don't remember what it was, and maybe that's just the lack of sleep and the lack of food getting to me, but I don't remember what it was. Sorry, I can't be of much help.
No.
And she kind of looks down and away from you.
I think that helps a lot, Sora. Thank you. Out of curiosity, were you doing anything before the lady came in for her role? Were you maybe, I don't know, checking the register, cleaning the counters, anything?
You from corporate?
Hell no.
Then I was just, playing the arcade games. Gets lonely here. I mean,
Sure.
no one's coming in at 3 a.m.
That's fair. I can see
If
that.
I'm getting paid to play arcade games, I don't care.
What game were you playing?
And Sora kind of looks around and is like, I played a lot of games that night. Let me think about it. I want to say it was one of the Metroid games we got going on out there,
Gotcha.
but I can't be for sure.
Teddy's gonna kind of like lean back and lean over to Alex and say, "What's Metroid?"
Alex is going to look around sheepishly and then shrug without answering.
I thought you knew about these things. You were walking me around the arcade and being like, "Oh, this is this and this is this."
I mean, yes, but I was making a lot of that up.
You were making it up.
Absolutely.
You ever take improv?
Once or twice.
Okay.
It was an elective.
An elective for improv? Gosh, colleges
Yes.
these days.
But Link looks at you like y'all were born on the moon and goes,
Oh, we're the crazy ones. Sorry. Sorry, my bad. I'm trying to be nicer. You are valid.
Link is kind of used to crazy old men coming into his restaurant, so he kind of shrugs at you and goes, Metroid's a shooter type, investigate type game set in the future. I don't know. I haven't played much of it, but
Right, the large metallic structures, things like that. Understood.
So, can I make a crazy assumption here, or is anyone else? Can we all assume where this is going? Like,
Yes.
where this line of thinking is going? I think maybe we can assume that these people are getting trapped in this technology.
You know,
Wow, Chuck, you were the first one to figure it out.
you sure solved it.
Yeah, no, because like I was saying, technology's bad, and I think this shows it. And so I would like to know specifically. So weird lady comes in, is a cosplay or whatever that is. Orders some bread, and then while you are playing video games and not at the counter doing your job, you get magically sucked into a world of horrors of metal.
well, not exactly. I mean, I was playing video games before she arrived, and then I went to the counter, and then once I was finished ringing her up and she left, I figured I'd actually do some of my duties and get some paperwork done. So I started walking back to this room here, but never quite made it.
So the consistency is where you guys are walking into the back while playing video games while you were working after you served food, a very simple dish, to a very weird adult. And that's
And
it. We just have to wait for a very weird adult to come in here, serve them food, and then walk through the door, and then supposedly we will be where the action is happening.
and Link looks at you and then looks at Sora and goes, if we were waiting for a very weird adult to come in this building, I don't think we'd have to wait long because y'all are here. But I mean, yeah.
And I'm trying to be nice and understanding. I'm trying to help them, but they just keep doing this.
I think
They're
it's
mean
your
to me.
tone, Chuck. Everything you say just seems like sarcastic and cynical.
That's so mean that you would say that to me.
Could also be the hunting rifle on your back, but
I am a cosplayer.
I thought you said you didn't know what that was.
I don't know what that is.
Just trying to fit in.
I'm trying to fit in.
Yes.
Sora, we don't want to keep you for any longer. Anne, did you want to ask her anything?
I think you guys got to everything.
And Sora kind of looks at you and says, "Thank you for being the first one to not ask me invasive questions after I have just returned from a traumatic experience." And then she kind of half laughs and turns back to her prize.
Who
Okay.
called us here? Wait a second. Hold on. Did we just choose to come here? Did
No,
we just come
Link
here
called
because we
us.
heard people were missing?
Link called us to let us know
Link.
that Sora had come back.
No, I'm saying in general.
We came here because you wanted to eat.
Oh crap. That is right.
Although I think we knew that something was, or like the station master had told us that the big Zitties was like haunted and that people had gone missing from it already, like when we came into town. So
Okay.
it was like two birds, one stone.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I think Chuck's just gonna. Okay, so I guess Chuck's going to walk into the arcade, try to play a game,
Mhm.
and then walk through. Okay. So I think he's gonna play a game. I think he's going to try to artificially create this situation here. So I think he's going to go play some random arcade game. Doesn't matter if he wins or not. Goes back, like grabs a glass of water and hands it to Teddy and like, here you go, strange man, and then tries to
Thanks,
walk
I was
through the
pretty
door.
parched.
And he walks into the back of the store.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
Teddy will be seated at one of the booths currently while watching Chuck do this.
Chuck's like, well, no mystery here.
Yeah, I feel like this is it. I feel like they're just crazy. We're done here.
One thing you missed there. It's not 3 a.m.
Ah, is it?
He's not exactly a mysterious stranger for you, is he?
Well, I mean, honestly,
I'm an open book.
he doesn't get to know me.
Okay.
Anyway, so what time is it?
You guys said you were. It's like 12.
Okay, 12.
Link called you around 11:30 and
PM or AM?
PM.
PM, okay.
Mhm.
Oh wow, we were in the train for a long time. Okay.
Yeah. I figured smelting metal takes a while, so.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we want to hang out till 3 a.m. and try this again? Because I guess we have no other leads of how this is caused.
I mean, we might as well. Maybe go over and check out the arcade real quick.
Do y'all want coffee?
Crazy for someone who doesn't know anything about arcades to.
I mean, they were doing something with video games, right?
I mean, sure. Do you want to investigate together then?
Sure.
And do you want a coffee?
Coffee, but I'll get a head start on the arcade as well.
Everyone's just taking an excuse to play video games.
Except Chuck. Chuck is legitimately just curious to see what's going on in there.
I'm picturing Alex like going up to an arcade and like doing really well at it, realizing people are watching and suddenly just dying on purpose. Like, oh.
No, I
Just
don't think
like-
you were supposed to do that. You were doing so
I mean,
good, I think.
the thread here is like these people were playing video games when they were approached, right? I feel like if we're playing games at 3 a.m., we are
Okay.
more likely
I can dig it.
to,
And while we play games, let us talk.
yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Teddy's gonna let them get a head start, and then he's gonna get the coffees and just take them and like pass them around before sidling up to the Galaga game, and just kind of like cracking his knuckles and being like, I can finally try and break my high score.
I think Chuck is like at some one of those hunting games, like Deer Hunter or whatever. You know. Just like the aim for this is so like there's no like throwback. There's nothing. There's nothing here. It's just a
Recoil sight.
yeah. It's there's literally nothing here, and I don't. The accuracy is questionable at best. I don't even.
This may come as a surprise to you, but Alex has found the Super Mario Brothers arcade machine is just going to town. Just
So, I
He's
think
so
Chuck
deep
is
in.
like, unless or what's sorry, what's Anne doing first? What video game is Anne playing?
That's a good question.
You want to
What would
join
it-
me in the
DDR.
hunting game?
Oh man. I think Anne would probably have found one of those like hilarious racing games where you actually sit on one of those like fake motorcycles.
Nice.
I think she's like, this is closest to real life because it's driving. I can do this. And then she would go ahead and do that.
So, little behind the scenes, I actually own a Super Mario Brothers arcade machine. Like,
Oh,
Dope.
very fun.
legitimately.
Very
yeah.
neat.
I think okay, so as we're like playing games, I think Chuck every now and then like calls over to like Alex and is like, "So, what? You don't ever talk about your family. I mean, it's Thanksgiving or whatever. Why are you not with your family on Thanksgiving?"
That is bold of you to assume I have a family.
I was asking.
I mean,
I'm trying to get to know people better. I'm sorry if that was rude or invasive.
I lost my medical license because I was doing illegal things, and also I am a vampire now.
Okay, so that makes dinners awkward.
So I mean, I've not been home since that. Like,
Oh, okay.
I've not really talked to them since then. It's a little. I feel like me showing up on their doorstep and saying, "Hi, mom. Hi, dad. I drink blood now, and also am not the doctor anymore."
I mean, okay. I mean, I think in the end, I like just advice. I guess would be like, don't waste it. Don't waste your time. Like if you want to see them, tell the people you care about that you care about them and that you are still around. Because like I can only imagine what's going through their head if they don't know you're alive.
I mean, am I, Chuck?
Oh well, okay. I guess if you want to do like semantics, then
Like,
yeah. But you're undead.
I mean, I legitimately don't know if I'm dead or undead at this point. It's something I'm trying to find out.
I'm just saying. I think I am familiar with the stress that not knowing where a loved one is, and I feel like it would just be nice to at least talk to them, especially with Thanksgiving coming up.
I don't know.
Just think about what just understand. You know.
mean,
I
it's
don't know.
been-
I think what I'm trying to say is, I see you young people, and I just don't want you doing. I just don't want you messing up where, like I've messed up. I am an old dog in this fight. I'm here for a long time. I don't know.
Chuck, that it actually means a lot that you'd asking about that.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to do this nice thing. I don't. Supposedly, I'm not nice when I talk to people. I think that's ridiculous. I think I'm perfectly polite, and I don't know. I feel like, and no one ever wants to get to know me, so I feel like maybe I'll take the first step and get to know other people.
How about I make a deal with you, Chuck?
Yeah.
I will write home and let them know that I'm alive if you will allow me to do a medical examination on you later.
Oh well, that's crazy, but that's weird that that's what you want out of all things to check my body.
Listen, Chuck, I've seen what you eat, and contrary to what you may believe, I'd rather you not die of a heart attack in the middle of a mission.
I don't. Sure, might as well. Fine.
All right. Hey, do you know the Mario Brothers? Is that something
I-
you've heard about? And you
I am familiar. I'm familiar.
Come over here.
I watched the movie.
While they're doing that, I think Chuck will, or not Chuck. I'm sorry, Teddy. Will go over to the California Speed game, and he'll kind of like sit down and kind of like adjust the seat, and then look over at Anne and say, "You want to race?"
Well, considering you haven't driven a car in quite some time, yeah, I'll race you.
Cool beans. And do you want to roll to see who wins?
Sure.
Let's see, highest.
Just 1d6.
Oh yeah,
Uh-oh.
yes. Let's do 1d6. Yes, absolutely.
That would be a 2.
I got a 1.
Wow.
So you win the first game. And then Teddy's like, "Wow, it really has been some time since I've driven a car, even if it's a game car. I guess this just means I have to get serious." And you see Teddy kind of like reach into his jacket pocket, and he pulls out.
Please be a driver's glove. Please be a driver's glove. Please be a driver's glove.
I think I'm ready to race.
Oh my god.
And he like cracks his knuckles again.
He did the same thing in the 80s.
He cracks his knuckles, and he's gonna grip the wheel and look at you and say, "Let's go."
I think Anne takes her hands off the handlebars, looks over at Teddy, and says, Where did you pick those up?
Party City.
I have
Man.
expected him to say he made them.
He did the same thing in the 80s, though it was with a real car.
Teddy.
It was very scary at the time because I don't think he drives cars.
Those are amazing, and I really want a pair.
Thank you.
Bring back those like late 2000s, like just like the glasses, just all of them. I remember middle school. It was a rough time.
Agreed.
Teddy, I'm just happy to see you having fun again. And Anne will go ahead and put some more quarters in the machine and get ready for another race with Teddy.
Dope. So one more roll to see who wins.
I guess. With my track record, who knows? Oof.
5.
What you got, Teddy? It's a 1 from me. Oh, the cropping. Oh, there. Yep, there we go.
Yes, and then this time, Teddy punches it so hard that he actually gets the course record for the San Andreas run, and you see him punch in his gamer tag, Tough Luck, TUF Luck.
Gamer tag.
Gamer tag.
And then he takes off his glasses like, "Whoa, I haven't done that in a really long time, but it's good to flex the muscles." You see him just kind of like he pats the pocket that the glasses are in and holds it there for just like a little while longer, staring off into the distance.
And as you are all enjoying some good video games, Link calls over to Alex and says, "Hey, Doctor Man, I think Sora's having some issues. I really need your help."
Yeah, I'm away. He just leaves Mario in the 8th world, just standing there next to lava. Here you go, Chuck. Have fun. And then
I don't get this. I can't shoot people in this.
And as Link brings you into the back, Alex, excuse me, you notice that something is kind of off with him. He is not. He's walking very tense. He's very tense, and he seems to be different than the nonchalant guy you were talking to only a short while earlier. He brings you into the back room where Sora was, and you notice that Sora is not there. And he shuts the door and locks it.
Neat. Can I read a bad situation?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
I just didn't want you to think that I'd forgotten when you failed to help out, or you slightly exposed yourself to the danger via.
I did. Let's read a bad situation and see what we can find. That is 11.
Okay.
So, again, track record intact. So I can hold 3. First, what's the biggest threat?
Right now, the biggest threat to you is Link, who is currently grabbing a crowbar. That's what it's called. A crowbar from a toolbox under a stack of papers that should have been done long ago, and is going to run at you with it.
Okay. Real quick, I'll ask the other two, and then I'll draw my rapier. Well, he's going to be drawing his rapier as soon as he sees that crowbar.
Yeah.
What's my best way out?
Your best way out would be to somehow get the key that is hangling. I mixed up dangling and hanging. That is hanging from a carabiner around around Link's
I got it.
loop.
I'm out. Okay, and last question: are there any dangers I haven't noticed?
There is a danger that Sora is gone, but you're not quite sure if that's a danger or not. You just take note of that. And also, there seems to be something controlling Link. It does not seem to be his own action. He seems completely unafraid of you, like he was, in contrast to how he was earlier. And there is something decidedly different about his movements. It almost feels like there's some sort of something controlling him. So
Sure.
That is a danger, but maybe not an imminent one.
Okay. Cool. Well, running through someone we're trying to save does not seem like something that Alex would want to do, but he does need to defend himself. So let's see. We need to grab that key more than anything. So that's what he's going to do. So with his rapier out, he's going to move like he's going to take a stab at Link, but he's going to stab toward the key on his belt, even if it's just cutting the belt itself to cause it to fall. Like he's trying to get the key, to get out.
Mm-hmm. Roll that 140.
Act under pressure, because I'm not really trying to attack him.
Yes.
Okay. That's 10 plus 2, 12.
All right. You slice the belt loop that the key is attached to, and it clatters to the floor. Link swings at you, but wasn't expecting you to go for his belt loop and misses.
Neat. I mean, I'm going to grab the key and try to get the door open.
All right. I guess that's still part of your act under pressure roll. So you get out of the room, and but Link does not seem to have changed his mannerisms at all. He is still coming at you with the crowbar, and there is no one in the back here.
Okay. I was hoping getting out of the room would change his mind, but I guess it doesn't. So,
Question: has Alex come into the main part of the big Zitties or further into the back?
He's still in the back, so there's like the main big room. There's kind of a hallway with a bunch of doors on it, like and then in the doors there's like a janitor's closet, the manager's room, which is where Alex and Link were, and then a couple of other various like rooms.
Doors,
So he is in the hallway right now.
Gotcha.
okay. All right, Alex is going to, I guess, take a stab at the crowbar wielding hand. Like he again doesn't want to kill him because that just like it seems like he's being controlled like at this point. So
I am going to have you roll kick some ass for that one, I think.
that one makes sense for that. This time,
Yeah.
because he is trying to deal damage at least. All right,
Yeah.
let's see how this works. 10.
All right.
Well, should take some of this luck. Like you need it.
So you rolled a 10 plus and can take one extra effect.
I'm going to force him where I want him, which is away from me. like maybe try to kick him back into the manager's room while I make a break for the main part of the building.
Yep. But so you stab at him with the iron rapier, and the minute the iron touches his skin, he drops his crowbar and in his kind of quick movement of like becoming unaffected by whatever was controlling him, you kind of minorly cut his hand, but nothing incredibly serious. So, and he stumbles back into the manager's office.
So did his mannerisms change now?
Yes. So now it is very much he kind of became like it was as if kind of someone dropped a puppet and he kind of went all ragdoll for a minute and then kind of came back. He didn't fall over or anything, but like with his upper body, and then kind of came back to be very much how you would expect him to act. Very kind of he realizes he's in the hall with just you and looks at you and goes, "What are you doing here? You're leave me alone, and kind of backs into the manager's office and closes the door.
You attacked me with a crowbar, and he's saying this loud enough for them to hear, like in the arcade.
Uh-huh.
If the machines aren't loud enough, like he's
I can't hear
purposefully
you
raising
over
his
Super
voice.
Mario.
Right. And Link shouts back, "Why would I have done that? I don't want anything to do with you. I just leave me alone. Why are you here? Why are any of you here?"
The crowbar is in the floor. You told us to come here. Where is Sora?
I don't know. And he kind of looks at the crowbar on the floor and I don't know. I'm sorry. It's been a weird week. I I I don't know where Sora is. I don't know. And he kind of puts his head down and picks up the crowbar, kind of to go put it back where it's supposed to go. And
question
Hearing
for
what
the
happened,
keeper.
I would.
Yeah, no, go ahead,
Mhm.
Masha. Go ahead.
Hearing what is happening, I would definitely run over to where Alex is. But go for it, Solo, if you have a question for Mars.
I was just gonna ask what time it was.
It's around 1:30.
Gotcha.
And as far as you know, Sora is still in the building, but you didn't see her leave because I know there was that time lapse, so I just wanted to clarify that as far as you know, she's still in the building.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think if Anne is gonna go back to check on Alex, Teddy will probably stay in the arcade with Chuck just to make sure that both areas, I guess, are being covered, like in case anyone comes in through the front or anything of that nature, or tries to leave.
Right. So Link goes to put the crowbar away, and once Anne is once he sees Anne enter the back, he kind of detenses, becomes less tense now that someone else is there, and he's not alone with Alex.
Link, Alex, are you okay? I heard something about a crowbar.
And Link looks at Alex and says, "Man, do you want to explain? Because I don't know what happened, and you're the one accusing me of all this."
Well, and you saw Link come and get me from the machine saying that Sora needed medical attention, yes?
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, I came back and Link took me into the manager's office, locked the door, and came at me with a crowbar. And when I cut his hand with this, and he non-threateningly displays the cold iron rapier that he would have let his group know that it's cold iron, not necessarily Link. With this, he regained his senses.
Link, do you remember that? Do you remember that happening?
And Link sighs and says, "No, I mean, Alex, if you really did, prevent me from some sort of trance, thanks. I mean, I don't have the best reputation with, going into trances and or strange episodes where I'm not quite sure where I am, but last thing I remember was talking in the manager's office with Sora about video games and stuff. I don't know."
Yeah, you looked like you were being controlled by something. Let me see your hand, and I can bandage it if nothing else. But it looks superficial. It's not going to cause any harm. But we need to get the group together and let them know about this.
And
Yeah.
Link just gives a thumbs up and walks over to Alex to let him bandage his hand.
He'll just reach into his medic's bag and just pull out, clean bandages. He'll clean the wound and wrap it up. Nothing that seems to be too bad here.
Yeah, and I think Anne would walk back over to the arcade to Chuck and Teddy, let them know what happened, and mention that we should really meet all back up together, talk about what our next steps are.
Is anyone checking for where the Sora chick is?
That is my first suggestion.
Like, can we just say, like, hey, you're still here? Like, because unless she vanished again, I assume she's still here if we did not see or hear her walk through the door. Or possibly the Link kid is lying to us and is secretly the mastermind behind all of this and is keeping her locked in some freezer somewhere. So that's, obviously I imagine it's probably just a magic thing, but I think we should explore all our options, because really, what do we have to go on to trust this random kid? And he just attacked you.
Well, why don't you guys look for Sora? I want to see if I can maybe tap into this kid's head, figure out what's going on there.
Okie dokie. So I guess Chuck's gonna go on the hunt, but not in a kill way, but in a I'm trying to find you way.
Not in a murder way.
Not in
a nice way.
I'm trying to nicely hunt her down, you know?
Yeah. So why don't you investigate a mystery?
Teddy will
Okie
also
dokie.
go with Chuck.
All right.
Do.
Alex will sit in the big ZDs for now to not make Link any more skittish, but also to
Okay.
not get in the way of the investigation.
6 plus 3, 9 plus 1 is 10.
All right.
So, where did it go? First off, and specifically, where is Sora?
Yep. So as you're looking around, you go out the back of the store shop, like the back of the building, and see Sora in the middle of the parking lot, just standing there.
Oh, good. Okay. Chuck kind of just puts his hands in his pockets because it's cold outside and his bones are very thin. And he's just like, hey, look, I don't want to play these games. Can you just get back in here, please?
And Sora turns around and looks at you, but doesn't respond at all. She is excuse me, holding holding her hands together, and just staring at you.
Can we see any differences? Are her eyes different? Is it just her demeanor that's changed? And we're outside, correct? We're behind the
Yes.
building.
Can I transition into my second question that I get to ask because I rolled a 10 or whatever? That would be, what is it going to do?
As far as you can tell, Sora is just out here. You're not
Okay.
quite sure, she doesn't seem to be malicious or anything, just standing out here, and as you're kind of looking at her, she starts quietly whistling a tune to herself. It's nothing you recognize, but she just keeps quietly whistling to herself.
Unless this is a dance off, which I hope it isn't, because I'm bad at dancing. You better come inside.
And
It's really cold out here.
and as you tell her that it is really cold out here, you feel warmth on your skin. Nothing
Oh no.
negative, nothing burning, just you have stopped feeling cold.
The big Zedis is coming back for a round 2.
And yeah, you just stop feeling cold.
Question for the keeper: we're outside. Is there a moon visible? Is that a specific phase? If so,
There is a moon visible. It's not a new moon or anything. But it is not specifically at. It is not at a specific phase. It's a waxing gibbous. I don't know.
sure.
Just any.
Wow.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was
Yeah.
was the case. Teddy's gonna take a couple steps forward, like not getting in her space, but trying to see if she reacts at all to someone approaching.
As you walk towards her, she starts laughing. And
I didn't say anything funny.
you smell like a sweet scent, but she's not moving towards you. She's not reacting towards you at all, minus this laughing.
Is there any way can I identify the sweet scent?
You can. And it is St. John's wort.
Okay.
Which sometimes smells sweet and sometimes smells bitter, so I'm going with the sweet.
Sure. Teddy is going to maybe stand like 10 feet away from her, and he's going to say, "My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. Can I get you anything from inside the restaurant?"
My name is Chuck.
And as you give as you give out your name, the warm feeling goes away, and Sora says in a voice that sounds like she's speaking from much farther away than she actually is. How do I make a far away sounding voice? Bring me why did I go Kermit the Frog?
It's perfect.
Bring me
Bring me Mrs. Piggy.
Bring me Miss Piggy, please.
Wow. I don't think they got that on the menu, but okay.
Ohana Miss Family.
Oh no. Jeez. My worst fear. Animated movies.
Bring me a glass of milk.
Teddy will go inside and try and find a glass of milk.
I think
Alright.
Chuck stays to just make sure she doesn't disappear.
And while you are getting that glass of milk, can I have you read a bad situation?
Yes.
I'm not quite sure this is the scenario for it, but
Row.
I rolled a 9 plus sharp is 10.
unfortunate that I cannot do anything fun with that roll, but you go and get the glass of milk for Sora and bring it out to her.
Do I still get the 3 holds from Read a Bad
Yeah.
Situation?
Yeah,
While I'm getting the milk, I'm I'm going to. I want to ask while I'm getting the milk, what's the best way to protect the victims? And my only thought is on Sora and her weird state. If there's a way to possibly end it.
As far as you know, there is not. Oh, we got a raid.
Raid.
Hey.
Very cool.
Shattered
Hello.
Tabletop Games.
Thanks,
Hi.
Shattered.
Thank you for the raid.
Thank you.
Oh no,
Thank you
more
for the
people. I'm
raid.
scared of
I'm
large
sorry that
crowds.
you
We're about
show
to
up
get
to
into
me,
something
comment,
pretty
and
wild.
barf.
So. If there's no way, then I guess Teddy would take the glass of milk and head outside to where Chuck is. And as he's passing by Chuck, he's gonna stop and like talk to him very quickly, just like a quick chat, and just be like, "Give me a bullet."
Okay. Don't need to. I'm not gonna look into that any further. And he tosses him one of the iron bullets.
Exactly. I would like to try my best to take this cold iron bullet and drop it in the glass of milk.
Oh, just a little something to keep you over.
Delicious. Keep the edge off.
All right. And are you going to walk up to Sora?
Yes.
All right. Once you get within about 3 feet of her, you feel like wind, like a warm wind, that you didn't feel when you were further away from her. And it seems to be kind of radiating in a small circle around her.
I'm gonna hold up the milk, the glass, and say, "Got milk?"
Yikes.
And Sora is going to reach out her arm and take the milk from you. And set it down in front of her feet.
Not thirsty?
And she laughs that kind of strange off laughter that that happened when you came close to her earlier, and says, it's not for me.
Oh.
And with that, you hear the church bell in the distance ring 3 times, and the entrance to the Big Zitti's like the little entrance bell jingle.
Like from the front?
Yes.
Am I able to move? Is Teddy able to move?
Teddy is able to move, yes.
Okay. Then he takes a look at Sora and says, "I'm assuming it's for them then."
And Sora grins at you and says, I can only hope that they accept my gift.
And what do you get in exchange?
And she smiles and says, just trying to maintain a good relationship with our good neighbors.
Question for the keeper: is Stokerton, Ohio, like, is it forested? Is it like heavy forested, or is it more kind of like a grassland kind of situation?
It is forested. About as forested as it naturally gets in Ohio, which doesn't tend to be very forested, but there's a good amount of trees, and like it is definitely more forest than anything else.
Gotcha. Okay. And out here in the back, behind the
Mhm.
building, there's plenty of like trees around.
There are trees, yes.
Okay.
So, probably should go. I think. Gosh.
Well, I guess this would be a good segue to jump to the front of the store, where Alex
Yes.
is.
Probably.
Yeah. So.
Alex and or Anne, what are you up to?
Just kinda chilling in the booth. Actually, probably at a table. He's like in a chair. Like, he didn't want to make Link feel any more uncomfortable than he already felt.
Yeah, I think that Anne would like to try to cast to do magic on Link, in the realm of observe another place or time. But I think what she wants to try to do is see the events of that kind of like mini fight that Link had with Alex, but through Link's eyes.
Okay.
So, like, kind of tapping into his head, seeing what he was seeing, or maybe feel what he was feeling, try to get a gauge on whatever information that, she could gather.
All right. Why don't you roll use magic?
Yes, rolling dice.
Yep.
It always goes very well for me.
So I've heard.
Wow, that
That's
would be a 12.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
So on a 10 plus, the magic works without issues, and I choose my effect. My effect being observe another time through the eyes of Link.
All right. So, you sit him down and you do you tell him what you're going to do, or are you just like, I'm gonna do some stuff. Let me see what I can see. Yeah. What is? How do you go about this?
Like, how do I convince Link?
Yeah, basically, what are you explaining to him? I assume you have to have some sort of physical contact with him to
Yes. And I think if anything, I would actually use my divine move of soothe as I am speaking to him about what I'm going to do. And I am going to look at him and I am going to say, hey, I know you've gone through a lot of crazy stuff these past couple days. I'm going to do a little bit of magic to you. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to do anything. I just want to see what you saw. And maybe it'll help you remember what happened.
do you have to roll anything for soothe?
I don't. It is just a move that I get as the divine. Yes, it's very, very useful. And I think that a decision that I am now making with Anne's character is her scarred pale eye actually glows as she performs magic.
That is really, very cool.
It just sounds really cool. But yeah, I think that she would have to put her hands probably on both sides of Link's head, chants a couple of things, closes her eyes, opens them, her one eye is glowing, and then she sees whatever you decide, dear keeper.
Well, Anne sees Link and Sora sitting in the manager's office, and a flash of light erupts in his vision, and I'm describing this basically as if you have embodied Link for this time, so you're gonna see what he sees, feel what he feels, but you feel him tense up and become more rigid. He and Sora both stop talking, and the scent of St. John's wort fills the room. Sora, I kept wanting to say Masha. That's not right. Sora gets up and leaves, and why do I keep forgetting my characters' names? Link,
Real question with the names you've gone with.
yeah, right?
Any trends there, perhaps?
I don't notice any trends.
Okay.
Link gets up and you see him. Sora exits one of the doors out the back exit where they'd go to like throw away the trash bins or whatever. Throw away the trash bins, throw away the trash bags, and you see Link call to Alex. He from what you can tell, Link appears to be himself, but just slightly stiffer, like someone who is new to a job or is nervous about something. He doesn't seem to be like out of his body or anything, just nervous. And he calls to Alex, and they go into the manager's room. They have their little scuffle, and when Alex hits him with the iron, there is another flash of light, and the smell of St. John's wort fades, and Link like loosens up. And that's when your vision from him ends.
Okay. Link, how long has Sora been working here for?
Link shrugs and says, I don't know, longer than me, maybe 5 years, 6, something like that.
Okay. Well, you sit tight, take care of yourself. I'm gonna go talk to the others, okay?
And gives a little salute.
Okay, for the sake of timekeeping, how close is it to 3 a.m. at this immediate moment that I am finishing up my scene?
I will say it's about 10 minutes to 3.
Yeah, I think I would kind of approach Alex and talk to him about it, tell him that I think that Sora is a little bit sketchy. Something's off about her. And that it seemed like Link was telling the truth.
I definitely believe that. At least that Link did not know nor have control over what he was doing at the time. I mean, I guess the only thing that we can do is find Sora and question her about a few other things. She did seem awfully calm after coming back from such an ordeal experience, so it's possible that she's been under some sort of control this whole time.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, it seems like Chuck and Teddy aren't back yet. Let's, should we go find them?
I say give them a couple of minutes more. You know how they can get if you interrupt them, but we should probably start moving soon.
Is this happening while we're having our conversation with
Yeah.
Sora? And so at some point Teddy just walks in and grabs a glass of milk and walks out?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
Well, that was weird.
I think seeing him do that, I would just go up and, like, grab a soda. Seeing as there's no
like,
laws
if Teddy's
here.
getting a drink of milk,
It's
then
not-
I'm getting soda.
So I guess my question is, are the two of you are both of you up front when the door opens?
I think so. I
Yeah,
think that,
Alex
that
definitely
timeline
is.
wise, that we would both just be there, just kind of chatting about the strangeness of it all.
Yeah, I actually I feel like it's about that time that Alex is like, maybe we should go and check in on them, and like is standing up from his seated position.
Well, the bell rings for you, and you see a tall woman wearing with brown hair and a tank top and shorts, despite the weather. Um, walk in to the room and, well, the restaurant, and say, is are any of you employees?
Alex like just gives Anna a look and then smiles and says, "Yes, how can I help you today?"
Oh, I just I'm just passing through. Do you have any sort of bread or, just a light snack uh for me?
Well, I have wonderful news. This is the best time to be asking for such a thing, as we have a Thanksgiving special going on and have plenty of bread rolls.
Uh Thanks. How much is that?
That will be, and he kind of like side eyes the menu and he's like, $3.
And she pays you with dollar bills and accepts the bread roll and says, thanks. And can I have your name?
Uh, sure, may I ask yours?
And she laughs it off and says, I don't give that one out to just anyone.
Of course not. I suppose, though, being an employee here, I should share my name. My name, and he just takes a deep breath and just says, he is Alexander Rose. And this, and he gestures to Anne to introduce herself. No? Okay.
And
My name
I'm
is
Anne
Chuck
Darrelay.
Duval.
It's nice to meet you.
And she gives you a big smile and leaves.
Well, you ready to go on an adventure, Anne?
You did say I owed you one.
Yeah, well, let's let's take a step into the manager's office, shall we?
I guess so. And I think Anne would like lock arms with Alex just because.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Alex is not about to like walk in single file.
Yeah. Anne kind of
Understandably.
hops up, chugs down the rest of her, I don't know, probably like very icy cherry cola, since we all have soda preferences in this game, um, and step through the manager's office with Alex. The manager's office door.
Oh wait, he's gonna write down a note on a napkin and leave it just for the two older gentlemen to find.
What's the
Just
note?
Oh yeah, good point.
What'd you say?
What's the note?
The note is going to say, someone came through the door, pretended to be an employee, and gave bread roll. Laura Croft, and then he's going to, then they're gonna do the step through the thing.
All right, and just a question for you, Chuck. When you introduced yourself to Sora, like when she was standing outside, did you use your full name or just your first name?
I said Chuck.
Okay. Well, Chuck, no, not Chuck. Everyone but Chuck starts to feel a little bit woozy, a little bit like they are not going to a little bit like they're falling, but not falling through or anything in particular. And the three of you wake up in a forest, and you don't know where you are.
And
Hello?
Wow.
Yes, that is a good point.
yeah, what?
Chuck, you see Teddy. I thought I switched the names there for a minute, but Chuck, you see Teddy, kind of waver in his stance a little bit until he just kind of blows away, if that makes sense. It's almost like a wind passes and some leaves stir up, and
Oh.
when the leaves are gone, he is gone as well.
I thought it was
I
gonna
don't
clip
feel
through the
so
wall.
good, Mr. Duval.
Oh,
No.
All right, you just gave his last name. Oh no.
No! Anyway, oops.
Yeah.
So Chuck's just there like, whoa.
Yeah, this is a turnaround from our first episode.
Yes, extremely so.
Now we're the ones in a weird forest, and you're the one still in town.
Ah, yeah, we did it. I survived.
Question for the keeper: when we wake up in the forest, are we together, like in the same area, or are we all in just kind of different areas of the? Do we see one another? I guess.
Chuck and Anne are close to each other, but Teddy, you are a little bit away. You don't see them, but I will free hint, it's the same forest.
Sure.
I'm gonna guess you meant Alex and Anne, and not Chuck and Anne are in the same.
Yes, I did mean Alex and Anne and not Chuck and
If
Anne.
not, Alex is freed and beat the system.
Yeah.
This cycle is broken and Anne
Ah,
is
yes, my hack codes worked. I did it.
Game Shark. Get that Game Shark out. Okay.
So I figured that was a fairly good stopping point for the mystery for tonight.
Nice.
So if we
Perfect
want to do,
timing.
I
Just as
guess.
we hit midnight.
if we want to do the question things before we wrap up.
Yes. I do have one question for Dustin first. Are you sure, like, you wanted to leave a pop culture reference on your note for us,
For the
the
two
old
old
men,
men?
to read and understand?
Laura Croft. I have to go find
His-
this Laura
his-
Croft.
Well,
You guys
here's
have
the
access to
thing.
the internet.
Yeah, his hope was that Teddy
No,
would
you
find it and
fool.
Google it. He
You
did not realize that
fools.
Teddy would be joining them in the other world, getting
The only
isekai.
one you left is someone
Okay.
who doesn't like the internet.
We
Yeah,
have
well-
no hope. There's nothing that we can do.
Oh.
And
didn't
from
know
last
that at the
mystery, Teddy gave Anne access to use the internet,
Only
but
Anne.
Chuck doesn't. And I don't think
Only
Chuck has
Anne.
a cell phone.
No.
Like, the
again-
man's gonna have to be like, "Hello, can I use your phone to look up some internet?"
I
In
don't.
And
Alex's
it's gonna be
defense-
terrible.
In Alex's defense, those two were together and not
Right.
inside when all of
Yeah.
this went down. So he's like, well, Chuck is good at certain things and Teddy is good at certain things. Teddy can Google this and find who Lara Croft is and know that this is the this sort of thing happened. But
Guys,
no,
I think
Teddy had to go and get himself isekai'd as well. So
Oh man.
Chuck is gonna have to do something very hard, which is be nice to other people
Oh,
in order to
no.
have resources.
This is all. I mean, at least Chuck didn't get sucked into a virtual world or whatever. But honestly, this all works out character-wise.
We are the digital champions of...
oh no.
To save the digital world.
Des and Eric are definitely gonna love that one. Digital champions,
Perfect.
Um,
Okay,
And-
cool. So, do we want to answer the
Oh,
question?
and the end
Yes.
of
Oh,
session.
Oh no,
Let's do the
Google.
end of session.
Google thoughts I said okay, cool was Google. You guys.
Huh.
Anyway, sorry. This is. Sorry. Questions.
I have to find them because I saved them into my PDF and they did not save.
I have them right here if you want me to.
yes, if you don't mind asking the questions.
No worries. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Cool beans. First question. Did we conclude the current mystery?
No.
Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
Debatable.
No.
No.
I mean, Link's the control over
Alex
Link was
saved
cut.
himself.
What do you think, Keeper?
Yeah, I don't know if that means that Link's connection is completely cut forever or just the one time.
I will say that Link's connection is not completely cut forever, and so you did not save him
Sure.
from certain death or worse.
Cool.
We did not
Great.
save him. You're not the savers.
Next question. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Video games.
Fairies? Question mark?
Yeah, cold iron. Like we learned that cold iron is effective against whatever it is that we're facing. I feel like that's pretty important.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Keeper?
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Sure. And then did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Chuck's bones are thing.
Hey, you found out about Alex's family.
We talked
Yeah.
about Alex's family.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Chuck
so-
also disclosed that he was an English major.
Yeah.
Eric in the chat is saying that Big Zitti's has atrocious holiday specials. That's an
We
important
also
thing
learned
we
that.
That's a
about the
weird way of
world.
spelling. I think you misspelled delicious.
Yeah, that was a weird one, but honestly, I'm gonna make a menu. I'm
That
gonna
would
make
be
an official
something new
menu
and
at some
important
point.
about the world for sure. The Big ZD
Yeah,
specials.
yeah. I
Oh,
felt
yeah.
it had to say that out loud so that it could be on the VOD forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool.
But yeah, I would say yes to new and important about one of the hunters. We got some moments of
Alex is maybe a gamer,
Yeah.
Oops.
so yes, I think we have a good enough examples.
Mhm.
Next question.
That's it. If
That's-
we get
that's
if
it.
we get a 1 or a 2, then we get 1 point of experience. 3 or 4, we get 2. So since
just
we
one.
said since we got yes
Mhm.
on 1 or 2, we get 1 point of experience.
Okay.
Yep.
This is
Perfecto.
the least experience I've gained in a single session so far. It's kind of
Congrats.
relaxing.
Thank goodness. Cool beans.
Mhm.
Then I guess we will go ahead and say good night and see you
Yeah.
next week. And please take care of yourselves.
What
Yes.
will happen
Have
to
a
our
happy Thanksgiving if you
heroes?
celebrate.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yes,
And
happy
also-
Thanksgiving.
Just to
Get a savory gravery on me.
do not get a savory gravery. That could not be good for your health. But I just wanted to thank my friend Brandon again for letting us use his wonderful music this stream.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
if you want to check him out, it's Martian Boy on SoundCloud and Martian.jpg on Instagram.
And
Excellent.
thank you for the raid.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was very cool.
That was really cool. That was Shattered Tabletop Games. Something tells me you play tabletop games. If you know,
What could that be?
it's just an inkling inside. So thank you for that.
Huh?
And in honor of the holiday, thank you guys for being our loyal viewers. We've had so many people here that like are here week after week already, and it makes me feel really excited and really special to have you guys here. So thank you all so much. Thank you for the memes you post in the Discord. They almost never fail to make me laugh out loud. Literally, just a boisterous laugh, not just a slight exhale through my nose, but an actual, honest to goodness, laugh out loud funny. So join the Discord if you guys haven't already. We love having you guys around. But thank you guys so much for everything that you do to support us in just showing up and showing that people are interested in our goofy antics.
Absolutely. Thank you all so
Yes.
much. We really appreciate you. And we're really thankful that we get to see you weekly and we get to play with y'all. So with that, we'll go ahead and close out. Again, thank you so much. Please take care of yourselves, and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Have fun. Do not go
Good
on the
night.
internet.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with the beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building